Hello. How are y'all?
Hey.
Mandy?
Hello.
I was like,
Why is that not?
Oh shit.
Why is it not
Haley,
showing that
stop
we're
calling
live?
me. It makes my volume go weird. I gotta come back. I gotta leave studio and come back in now. I can't hear anyone.
uh-oh. Can you hear me, Mandy?
Yeah, I can hear her. I can walk her through that next time. When you're using your phone and somebody calls it and turns it to headset volume instead of whatever, if you were using Bluetooth or...
Oh.
Yeah, so... there the live little thing popped up. In the top right or left-hand corner, it wasn't showing that we were live. Maybe it's just because I just restarted my laptop and it's trying to catch up.
Okay. Does everybody hear us okay in chat? Can you hear us okay? Oh, there's Lolly.
That was so weird.
Send Lolly.
Hi, Lolly.
If she wants the link, I can send it to her.
And E and Brown Eyes Blue.
There's Shareback.
You good now?
Yeah.
You know what? You can change that.
On panel, y'all.
You can change it. When somebody calls you, it automatically bumps it to your headset volume.
Oh.
And so all you have to do is go into your settings and your audio and put it back on whichever, if you're using Bluetooth or speaker or phone or however you're listening, you just change it back.
Okay. I'll have to figure that out. Yeah. It's feeling like darn Wells for a minute. No. I'm just kidding. Give me a
scary.
I don't use my phone so when I go live, so I've always used my computer.
Hey, Eve.
Yeah, I've always used my phone until, recently, so I know how to do all the tricks from your phone too.
So how's everybody tonight?
I see Mimi Jean and Carla Barnes.
There we go. I sent Lolly the link if she wants to join.
Carla Barnes.
Carla Barnes.
Yes.
Mimi Jean, Miss Eve, Sweet Eve.
Brown-eyed Blue.
Yeah, Brown-eyed Blue.
And Lolly.
Yep, Lolly's here. Hi, Chrissy. How are you? I am having a wonderful evening. How about you? There's Lisa K. Hey.
Hi, Lisa K.
Hey. Hey, Lisa.
Tammy, I'm going through my history to find the video that we're playing tonight.
Yeah.
And I was signed in on one of my other accounts, my art channel, and my entire history is your live playlist.
Oh my goodness. Well, thank you.
I started scrolling down and I was like, wait a minute, this isn't the right account.
Hi, Lolly. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, hello.
Hey, Lolly.
Hello there.
So, Miss Lolly, we are going to be talking about, we're going to be going through the interview video that we've been going through from the beginning.
Okay.
Because we're still going through it.
Because it's 2 hours of a whole lot.
Yeah. But it's really interesting because if you haven't, if you've not followed Summer, this helps you kind of narrow down a lot of stuff like interviews, because it's the interviews and how they talk about Summer and just different things that's happened. And so this is a very good video to just start with if you have not followed Summer's case.
Right. Yes.
And so I had to go back through it because it's been like 4 lives ago that I looked, watched the video, and I went back through it and I found other stuff, and I'm like, you know what? This is probably a never ending thing.
This is why we keep going back after time has passed.
You hear stuff and then you even have more questions than you had before you started. So, hi, Sinister Shadows. How are you? Is anybody?
Okay,
Wolfie. Hi, Wolfie.
Ask me later, or ask me if it's something you can put in the chat. If it's not, just ask me later, or I'll text you when I'm off here and see what's up.
If I have any questions, you mean?
Or Sinister, she said she has an important question.
Oh, okay. I didn't see her. Oh, I see it now. Okay. Yeah.
We have Wolfie and Chris C. And hi,
Yeah.
Sinister. And happy belated birthday, Sinister.
Oh, was it her birthday?
Oh, yeah.
Well, she sent me a message on Facebook, and I just saw it when I was signing in to get the link to join. And I believe it was on over the weekend, Friday or Saturday.
Oh, okay. All right then. Well, happy belated birthday.
So I felt bad I missed her message.
I know this is about Summer, but I wanted to ask y'all, did y'all see the interview today?
Oh, Lord, yes.
20 times.
Mm,
I haven't seen today. I saw yesterday's.
Yeah, I saw it yesterday's, yeah. And I saw some stuff today.
because she had two that I know of. Did she have more than two, Lolly?
No, just those two. One yesterday, one today.
Yeah. She was in the purple today, right? That was today's?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that was with him. Because one she was by herself, right?
So I want to know what that means, Katie. Are you wearing purple as like a sign to some of us women that would pick up on that? Like, what does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what, that tattoo of hers went all over me. I lost it.
The tattoo.
I did not like that. I was like, I looked at Mark and I was like, well, to be honest, my exact words were, well, that's a memorial tattoo. He's not alive anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I said.
I don't know if y'all were in my chat when I was talking about it yesterday, but I went in to get a tattoo after I lost my son, and the first two lines of a song he had written, I had his handwriting, and it says, "It'll never be okay now that you've gone away." And so I was having that put above my heart, And I said to the guy, I said, "Caleb," I said, "I've lost my son. I want to get a tattoo." And he said, "Okay, do you want the broken heart with the cross?" I looked at him, I was like, "No." And he goes, "Oh, well, that's the number one tattoo when you lose someone. Your heart is broken, and it means you'll carry them in your heart till you see them in heaven."
Tammy, what'd you look up about that?
I looked up and it said it can be spiritual or like you believe in Jesus or with Jesus.
Yeah, the cross in the heart for me definitely made me feel like a memorial.
Yeah,
exactly.
So it made me feel like she's saying he's with Jesus. That's how I feel about it. I don't know,
right? That's what I said. I don't know what her meaning is, but that is the number one tattoo for people who lose a loved one.
Yep,
is what my tattoo guy said.
Yep, and the color is that too.
Yeah,
I know that they say Sebastian loved green, but that is the color that you use for that purpose too.
Yeah,
green. Yeah. So that's what I thought. Yeah. I thought I have to look that up because you just don't do tattoos. Most tattoos have a meaning or a purpose behind them. Like my daughter has one and it's, they're roses, but they have a meaning. My husband has one from the military. So they all either mean something or a memory of something. You don't just go get a tattoo and normally without it meaning something to you.
You don't?
Yeah.
No one told me.
every one of my tattoos have meaning to it.
Yeah. I said normally. Sure.
That's right. I'm out.
Hey, I only have one tattoo, and I got it because we had a tattoo party, and so I got it for free, and I got matching ones. Okay, so this is how ignorant I was on tattoos. My two best friends at the time, we all three got the same tattoo. And my two best friends didn't talk, like they didn't know each other, but they both came and we all three got the same tattoo. We got 3 flowers on the top of our foot and a couple leaves, and they glow in the dark. All 3 of ours are like
Awesome.
with black light. If you use a black light, I mean, not glow in the dark, but a black light.
Yeah.
And mine are pink, and then the others were 2 different shades of blue. So shortly after we all got them, none of us talk anymore. Like, I don't talk to either girl. So
Oh my
I
God.
was like, never get a matching tattoo, even if it doesn't say their name, because you're not supposed to tattoo names on each other, right? I know
Right.
that. I didn't do that. My husband and I both got tattoos, and we didn't get anything, symbolic like that. But yeah, my friends and I learned the hard way.
That's
So
funny.
The
I
country
have
local chicken lady. Oh my goodness. Is that the chicken lady that I know? That
Wait,
I've known forever?
yes, I think it is.
Oh, sweet. I'm glad she's in here. Very
I
cool.
feel like the chicken lady. Yeah, I think that's her.
I do not have tattoos because I don't like needles.
I don't either. And that's what everybody was like, you're going to get a tattoo on the top of your foot, and you've never had a tattoo, and you don't
Nope.
like needles.
That's like
And I
the
was like,
worst spot.
yeah, I was like, yeah, I want to get it. And we all 3 got it there in the same spot too, on the right foot in the top. And yeah. And they were like, okay, if you can handle getting a tattoo on the top of your foot, you can get one anywhere. So
exactly. I agree.
Yeah.
I
My
did
daughter
it.
was
I done
like,
it.
"Mom, don't you want to get a tattoo with us?" Nope. I do not. I love you, but I do not want a tattoo.
My
On the
daughter and I have
top of
talked about
my
getting tattoos.
on the top of my right foot, I took each one of my grandbabies and their little footprint that they got from the hospital, and they
Mhm.
shrunk it down, and I have all 4 little feet prints on top of my foot.
Aw.
Aw.
It's cute.
I don't even like getting shots when I go to the doctor. If I can take medicine over a shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm the same way. I don't like needles either. And when they have to draw my blood, they have to do it with a butterfly on the top of my hand
Yep.
because my
Mhm.
veins are so bad, and I have to look away because I can't watch them do it, but it hurts so bad on the top of my hand. So, but my daughter and I have talked about getting symbolic matching tattoos, but we never have, and
Yeah.
I'm nervous about doing it. But we had talked about doing, since my mom, my grandmother, and my daughter and I are also very close, and we lost my grandmother. We had talked about doing where it's a shape that looks like there's 4 shapes, like 4 human shapes, and they're one on top of the other, and they like kind of shrink as it goes down, and then put angel wings on the back one because my grandmother passed away. So, but now we have my granddaughter too, so I don't know how it would evolve, from there, but
Yeah. Yeah. I
I'm still,
don't. I'm not I can't do it.
I have
still
several.
nervous. Like, I don't want to get into an argument with my daughter or quit talking to my daughter because we got matching tattoos, so it scares me.
Yeah, that's true. Well, a lot of older parents feel that way.
From your ankle? Hold on. Wolfie, you never let them use your hand. You make them get blood from your ankle?
Really?
I didn't know you could do that.
I didn't know you could either, but I think that would
Oh,
hurt more than my
I wasn't
hand.
on that either.
I won't let them use my hand. I make them go in my, the bend of your arm.
Right.
Yeah,
Because
I don't have veins there.
if I go in my hand, if they go in my hand will get huge. It will swell and get huge, and it hurts. And I'm like, you ain't going there. You ain't
Wow.
going
I literally don't have veins. Like, I went to this one lady one time to get my blood drawn, and I said, you have to butterfly my hand because I have bad veins. And it's not that they're bad, it's just that they're deep and they roll. And so you can't see them.
Yeah.
When you look at the bend of my arm, it looks like I have no veins in my arm.
Mm.
And so she looked at my arm and she kind of felt around and she was like, honey, there's no such thing as bad veins, just bad phlebotomist. And I was like, okay, boo-boo, go for it.
Yeah, right.
5 holes later
Yeah.
of one blown out blood vein and a humongous bruise that covered half of my arm. She sent me to the lab place to get my blood drawn because she
But she
couldn't
didn't,
find my vein.
she didn't say that again, did she?
She better not have.
Say, you're on the top of my list now, girl.
Look what
I
our
was
friend
so
Chicken
mad.
Lady did.
You're the worst.
I have tats all over my back. None hurt too bad, but my arm hurt really bad, which was opposite of what I would have thought.
I feel that. My star on my one pinky finger had me crying because that was like on my bony little tiny finger, and you hear it. It's like nails on chalkboard.
Mm.
I put crazy. I put what is it? Crazy bitch up my rib cage.
Mimi Jean.
That didn't hurt.
Mimi Jean. Look at Mimi.
Mimi Jean. Oh my goodness. Okay. If you ever do it, I want
that
a
would be
picture of it.
hilarious. I do too.
Right?
She said she wanted to put a long.
Wait, hold on. You want it? I'll find it again. Hold on.
I gotta see it.
There it is.
That's funny.
Now that we went down a rabbit hole.
Right.
Mandy, whenever you are ready, you
All right.
video.
I have it pulled up here. Now, I went back. I know that we were already like halfway through this interview, but I went ahead and went back to the beginning of the interview just so it's all included in this part of the series that you're making, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm starting back at 55:48. And I also want to just give a heads up to the whole panel in the chat. My granddaughter is still awake. She didn't go to sleep until like 1 o'clock in the morning last night. So she's going to be up for a while. So if I have to walk away from my computer, I can still pause and play from my earbud and I can still hear what's going on. So if you guys want it paused at any point, just say, hey, wait, stop, and I'll stop it. And then I'll play when you're done, when you say play. So just in case I have to step away.
Okay.
All right.
And also, Tammy is a badass firefighter. So if this live abruptly ends, it's because she got called to a fire.
Oh. Yeah,
Okay.
you'll hear my radio. It's very, very loud and irritating. So if you hear like a really loud, long beep, you know that's what it is.
Gotcha.
She is a badass. Like, she won't tell you, but we will. She is a badass firefighter. Okay. So, and brown eyes blue, that is a good idea. Put the Band-Aids on before you go in for your blood draw so they can't get to the veins in your arm.
So they won't go
I
where you
love
don't
that.
want them to go.
Oh my goodness. Lisa K.
What's she so
You see her?
Yes, I did. I put
Oh, that's pretty bad if you have to tell them. Oh my goodness. Okay, are we ready?
Yes, we are.
Okay, I gotta get over here. I'm on the wrong screen. There we go. Gotta outsmart them, right? I love that. That's so funny. Okay.
I know she didn't walk away from this property by herself or off this yard by her swing. I feel in my heart that somebody has came up here and took her, has lured her away from here. Me and my mother and her were planting flowers. And we went in after we got done washing our hands, and she got a piece of candy from grandma. And she wanted to go back over and see her brothers. And I said, okay. And I walked her all the way over to the porch. And I watched her walk into the kitchen where the boys were watching TV. And I told the boys, I said, watch Summer. I'll be back. And within 2 minutes, I came back. And I asked the boys where their sister was. And they said, she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, okay. And I yelled downstairs for her a couple times. And I didn't get no answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. She was just gone. I don't go on walks around here or runs because I'm scared of the bears and snakes.
We know.
I avoid it around here. Well, whoever has my daughter, I pray and hope that they have not harmed her and they bring her back to us safe and sound.
Just go to the FBI,
How
the
long
police,
she
and
did.
clear it up. I mean, I don't know. It seems kind of elusive.
It's really strange that
What?
I've never seen this truck,
Elusive.
and I've never heard of it
That
until
is
just
this.
recently.
He's so calm.
Oh, there's that part.
Yeah. He is so calm, isn't he?
Yeah.
But he looks aggravated. He looks agitated to me.
You know,
Yeah.
if she just walked 2 feet over to the camper to finish fixing her mom's knee brace, she didn't need to tell the boys that she was leaving for a minute and, hey, I'm back.
Yes.
Where'd you
I
go?
don't. I think that's when she went to that store.
Yeah. Yeah.
She acts like she's a helicopter mom, but we learned, like, this was the very, very, very first interview that they did, and it was day 13 after Summer was reported missing. So this is the first impression that we ever got from Candace herself. You know, we've already seen Dawn once, but we hadn't seen Candace yet.
Mhm.
So she's been all over Facebook like flies on shit, you know,
Mhm.
trying to see what everybody's saying about her. And so she wants to portray she's not Megan Boswell. No, she's Candace Bly. She's a helicopter mama.
Mm-hmm. Not.
And we learn later. Yeah, well, we'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there.
I don't know. It seems kind of elusive.
It's really strange that I've never seen this truck, and I've never heard of it until just recently. But I wish they would come forward and explain themselves. And if you're not a suspect, at least come forward and say what you've seen. She was a tomboy. I shaved my head. She wanted to have her head shaved like me and the boys did.
She tried to shave her head
She tried
in
to
the
shave her
back
head
and make
herself.
it. I think you can see it in some of the pictures, and it was getting out of control. So we decided to shave her head off and let it grow back long, and she shaved her head so she wouldn't feel bad, and but it didn't bother her at this point. Well, I knew
this
right away
point.
that she was abducted.
Okay, but
I knew that
now
right
we
away.
already know they lied. But Candace said she shaved her head to be like me. Dawn's saying Candace
Yeah.
shaved her head to make Summer feel better. Which
Yeah.
is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she cut her hair too short, so they
When he
had to
said we
shave it.
decided to cut it, I really don't feel like it was him and Candace that made that
Yeah.
plan.
Look at Chicken Lady's comment. I guess recently Candace had to go in the woods to search for a dog, and my sister was irate. She called me up saying all kinds of bad words about her searching for the dog in the woods and not Summer. I think words is what she
Or
meant.
she wouldn't search in the woods for Summer. She knows that's not where Summer is.
Yep.
Why did she have to go search for a dog?
Mm-hmm.
I thought the dogs just run wild around there. So,
Well, there's one dog she leaves chained up to a damn tree.
Yeah.
oh,
I don't know if she ever got rid of that one, but yeah, she got hell for that because she was on video or put a video out, and that poor dog like had no water dish out by it or something. I don't know, but she had one that was chained up to a tree. I don't know if it was because it was aggressive or what, but yeah.
I hate
Well,
when people do that.
in this interview, she says the dogs love everybody.
Yeah,
And
I don't know.
one of the interviews, she says the dogs just love everybody.
Well, I'm talking about like more recently, she got new animals, and that one of the new dogs she got is always tied or was always tied to a tree.
Oh.
Yeah. All those dogs that were there were gone.
Yeah, they brought them to that shelter, I think, and sold off what they could. Because I was on the phone, there were people at the courthouse and stuff, and so I knew one of the times when Dawn went to court that Candace was sitting outside the courthouse trying to sell puppies.
Trying to sell them, not give them away.
Yep, sell them.
They don't need any kids, animals, any living thing of any kind.
No.
They can't even take care of themselves.
Yeah.
And they're in and out of there so much they're not going to be able to take care of any.
Right. Well, I mean, that's part of what I mean. Like they're not staying at the house like they were, from what we hear. They're constantly gone. They don't need, they can barely take care of themselves from place to place, like they don't need anything additional to try to watch after, in my opinion.
No, they don't.
And I remember the animal shelter being down, or the animal place, not animal shelter, I don't think it was, but the animal place being down there multiple times because people were having to buy dog food for them because they didn't have food for the dogs, or the dogs didn't have food. I remember when Ernie took that pizza and the dogs ate it, and he put it up on top of the vehicle. Like, that showed dedication. That showed they were hungry.
And they got it off the top of the vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were starving.
Yep. Ernie showed putting it on top of the vehicle, and then I guess later Candace told him that the dogs ate it. Clothes are done. Oh, goodness. Okay, we're ready?
Yes.
Oh, wait. Hi, Teresa. Watch Candace look at Dawn when he said she could be dead. That tells me that Dawn is the one that wrote the script.
Yeah, she did. She did give him a side eye.
I think she was mad he brought that up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not that she was shocked. I know some people think she looked shocked, but I think she was just shocked he said it out loud.
Right.
Yeah.
The camera went off of her really quick. I was like, you didn't stay there long enough.
Right?
I wanted to see more of a reaction from her, but they didn't stay. The camera didn't stay on there very long. Hi, Miss Smith.
Hi, Mrs. Smith. All right, I'll go. Okay, we ready?
Ready.
Feel bad, and but it didn't bother her at this point. Well, I knew right away that she was abducted. I knew that right away, and that's what I told them from the beginning. But they have to go through their, I forget the word.
Investigation.
They have to do one step at a time, I guess. But I'm sorry that they had to spend so many man hours in these woods and everything. I've seen them limping and everything else, and I feel for them. But I just wish there was a way that neighbors could search neighbors' houses, and then if they're not willing, get a search warrant or something. But there's just no way you can search every single house, in the eastern United States or whatever. But I wish there was a way.
Now, when he's talking about the searchers out there in the woods and that he sees them out there limping and he feels bad and all that, that part made me so mad.
Mm-hmm.
And it still does, like every time I hear it, because not one time did that MFer go out there and try to help or do any groundwork, Well, though we've heard he passed out flyers one time or whatever, but that was because he was a hero and saw a little girl out by the road and he had to save her.
Man, that whole situation happened after I told Dawn, listen, everyone's wondering why you're not out looking. That's a bad look. And after me and Mark have a private conversation after a live stream with him, all of a sudden that incident happens.
Oh, well, that makes even more sense.
Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, he was taking coaching extremely.
That statement always made me mad because if Dawn knows what happened to her, then he could have stopped that. He could have stopped the search.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's not going to, though, because then he would look guilty.
Yeah.
Right. But that's what makes me so mad about it. Like with Leilani, I'm sorry, Cher, but she went to that dumpster. She put Quentin in there. She knew that he was not anywhere around the house, and she still called law enforcement and still let all those people search that area. And that's just one example that comes straight to mind. But that's what irritates me. He's watching these people out there getting hurt to the point where they're limping.
Yeah.
We didn't see that. He said that. He saw them limping. It's so frustrating. Why it let these people stumble upon a child possibly and instead of just coming clean, own your actions,
Right.
And where was he at when he was watching them? Was he just in his vehicle just watching them and not helping?
Right. I don't
He's
know.
sitting there. Yeah, sitting there or at the house or doing whatever he does. Dick Dollar, yeah, he Duper's delight, smiling
Yeah.
and laughing while they're out searching. Yep.
Nice.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Hi, Wandering Hearts. Hi, Dick Dollar.
Hey, Wandering.
Did everybody hit the thumbs up? We don't mention that very often in our live streams. We kind of forget the big schmeal that we're supposed to say. Subscribe, ring the bell, hit the thumbs up. Make sure you do it all. Just saying. Thank
Do
you.
all the things.
That's right.
Do all the things.
All the YouTube thingies that we're supposed to do,
Yep.
All right. Ready?
Yes.
Just thankful for the person or persons that's doing that, out of love,
I
and
appreciate it.
trying to get information and trying to get her found. And
Yes.
we thank them from the bottom of our
That
hearts.
means a lot.
And we thank everybody who's trying so hard and praying
Yeah.
so hard. And she's an awesome young lady, and we just want her back. But, there's always going to be haters, and it's always going to be that way in this world. And we just want to focus on the good friends and Christian people that are trying to help us
Now
and
you
praying
hear the
for us and
dog?
praying for Summer. And we thank them from the bottom of our hearts. And that's the kind of people we try to relate with and socialize with. So we don't know anything about, no red truck, or we hardly know many of our neighbors. I mean, because we just try to be around good people. I
What do you
mean,
mean?
and we do
He
have
doesn't
good
know
people
nothing
in this
about no
area. We
red
found
truck.
out since
Candace
this
didn't
all
know nothing
happened.
about a red truck,
We
but
got
Don
some real
did.
good neighbors and good
Yeah.
folks everywhere.
Now it's funny that they said that because they posted on Facebook about the truck.
Yeah, but the red truck was from a whole different day. Like, that red truck, Don was taking pictures of it in the ditch or whatever. I think it was always, I don't think the red truck thing happened, but it had nothing to do with Summer.
Right.
I think he's just always used it as, I don't know, a distraction, if you will. And
Yeah.
if they saw a red truck, well, then you can have an Amber Alert because there needs to be a vehicle tied to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think one of the differences I see in Summer's case than Sebastian's case is with Don or with the Wells and the Stinky Feets over there is they at least said good things about Summer.
Yes.
They at least said, we miss her. She was our world. She liked to twirl. She liked to, they did positive things. At least they did that. I mean, they didn't show her faults or anything. And then it's right opposite with them over there. They've said all the bad things and no positive things until the interview today.
I know. Wasn't that something?
Mm-hmm.
I gotta watch it. And Tammy, after you had mentioned to me that and that about them always being positive, I remembered one thing, and it's during this interview right here when Candace says something about Summer was the boss of the family, or
Mm-hmm.
like there's something Don mumbles in the background. Well, she tried to be, or
Mhm.
like
Mm-hmm.
he kind of demeans her a little bit, but I think that's more of him demeaning a female, not so much Summer, because
Yeah.
he does always speak good about Summer, but
Yeah.
it's like
Mhm.
two things right in a row where I think I even made a little clip about it because it just bothered me the way that he worded it. It was like, well, she tried to be, but she wasn't good enough, so
Yeah.
um
Yeah.
but those are the only two times, and it's back to back right in this interview. Those are the only two times that I can recall either one of them saying anything negative about Summer.
Yeah. You know who else watched Searcher? Scott Peterson. Yep. He did. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And didn't help and didn't go to
Exactly,
the
Lisa. Which
And
is
the
why he was
facials.
taking pictures of it, because it happened after, and he's like, I want to take pictures of it because maybe they have something to do with Summer. That's what I was saying before, but then there's an interview I did with Dawn where Dawn kept saying that the red truck was from like 5:30 the morning Summer went missing, and we're like, no, Dawn, no. Like, you're mistaken.
Yeah, that red truck in the ditch, that had to do with who was that?
It was a FedEx driver, is what Lisa was saying.
Let me go back to Lisa's comment.
But the red truck was the one that Earl Taylor, no, it wasn't Earl Taylor, Ricky Crawford and somebody else was with him.
That was going to be my question to the panel, was about the red truck. Was
Yeah.
it, did they ever find out whose it was? I mean, was it just nobody?
Jody Sue is the one that came up with the red truck. She saw the flash of red. She described that truck. And conveniently, her mother had a truck exactly what she described.
Also, did Tim Mullen.
Yeah, Tim Mullins had one too.
Sitting out front at his parents' house.
Jody Sue took pictures too. She posted them on Facebook.
What pictures did she post?
Of the truck hung up in the ditch.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. Yes. Can I share my light?
Hey, Andy B. Her mom didn't come to my house.
Huh?
Are you talking about Candace? Didn't come to your house, but she went to Fred Hill's house, right? Is that what you're saying? I think I'm catching what you're throwing, okay?
I think he's talking about Jody's mother. Didn't come to his house.
Okay, let me see what. Can I share
Yeah.
my? Can you share your link? Yes, you can if you have. Yeah.
You've got it.
Yeah.
Well,
Eve just
send it to share.
Eve got it. Eve has it in there.
Oh, okay. He's got. Okay, cool. I didn't even see that. Thank you, Eve.
And yeah, he meant Jody Sue's mom.
So Jody Sue's mom didn't come to my house.
Didn't Jody drive that truck though?
The yellow one, right? Not the red one.
I thought that she drove the red one sometimes, her mom's.
Never seen her truck with ladder racks. Okay.
I was looking.
How hard are the
after
ladder
she
racks
left.
to take off?
He said after she left.
It's moving so fast. I'm trying to. I'm trying to click. I haven't got it down pat yet. Okay, here's a question. I don't think they're looking for one any longer, are they? I mean, I think that was pretty.
It's
Well,
still
here's the
listed.
thing.
It hasn't been changed.
The law has it listed. The church, aka Robin Lane and Tim Mullen, scratched out the red truck. And when I asked Robin, why would you do that? Why are you scratching out what the law is telling people to be on a lookout, which is tied in with the Amber Alert? She's like, and don't forget that like 2 years ago or whatever, Robin and her husband bought some red truck. And
Yeah.
Robin's reply to me anyway was like, I don't care what people think about me in a red truck. If the law wants answers and they can come and get them from me or whatever. And she was like, and don't you think that someone would have painted that other truck by now? And I was like, oh, I didn't actually think of that. But yeah, maybe. You're right.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did you paint the truck, Robin? Like,
Right.
what are you saying?
I
Yeah,
don't. Are they still looking for it? Red Wave asked. I don't think they are they?
I think it's still listed on the laws
Is
side.
it? Okay.
But after Robin Lane, the bread lady, bought a red truck, she decided to scratch red trucks off the flyers.
Oh.
And that's weird, but that's probably another whole show.
I'm pulling up the TBI website
Yeah,
right
what
now to
did
see.
you say?
Purple is
So-
traffic. Okay.
I'm here. So let's see. 614.
The color purple, it's also domestic violence.
Yeah. Do y'all think that looks like Summer?
No,
No.
nope. I threw a fit about it.
I
That
don't-
looks like a 13 or 14-year-old Josie.
Yeah,
Well,
it doesn't look
Yeah.
like Summer. To me, it doesn't look like Summer.
no,
Even age progression, I don't think she would look like that.
she
Right.
was malnourished all of her 5 years, 6 years, however long, and she would not look like that.
Mm-mm.
And her teeth were already not
Mhm.
looking the greatest. So
Yes.
they haven't done an update since last year. No. 2023. June 14th, 2023 was the last update. And it says we have no new details to share.
Rest assured. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Don't feel very confident in that.
that means they're still looking for the red truck then, because it has never been taken off.
Right. And that would be news, right? Hey,
Yeah.
we've eliminated the red truck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
If
Right
they
here.
were still following up like they're supposed to be.
Well, it says they're still working with the FBI and Hawkins County Sheriff's Office to chase every lead and ask every question and search every place that they can to find Summer. And we won't stop until we have answers.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it says right there. Almost 2 years ago. Almost 2 years ago. So,
Mm-hmm.
so November 15th, 2022, it says here, no new updates to provide publicly. So they might have had something that they were working on, but they didn't need to share it publicly.
Yeah.
And then June
Now a
15th.
mystery blue truck.
It was never on Ben Hill. It was on the side of Beach Creek when Robin crossed it off. It was going around that it was eliminated, but it was the third truck. Now they're looking for a mystery blue truck. Thanks to Fred.
Well, if we're listening to Fred, I was on the hill with you that day, Andy.
I heard Fred said.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I don't see anything about it being taken off. And so there we go. I'll go back over here.
Yeah, I just don't think that would even look like a age.
Yeah.
What is that, 9? Is it like a 9-year-old?
It was in 2023.
Okay, not even that old then.
So yes, Andy, there was a speeding yellow vehicle that a law enforcement officer told Dawn that he passed on his way to Dawn's house.
That's
in response
right.
to the 911 call. Yep.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. And if that was true, why the hell didn't they stop that?
Right.
Yep.
They were
Well,
too busy to get
I
Candace or whiskey.
the only reason why I think Don Wells said that publicly, I don't think any law enforcement said that to him. I think he said it because Dudley drove a yellow vehicle.
Yep. And he
True.
knew that we would pick up on that and go after Dudley is what he wanted.
Yep.
Not too many yellow trucks in Beach Creek. Probably not.
Yeah, and Dudley wouldn't be in Beach Creek unless he was there because of Don or for Don or to get his money from Don.
So is the yellow truck that Jody Sue recently had not the same one that, like, she didn't buy that from Dudley? So we got two identical yellow trucks that just so happens to be with one of the neighbors and Don's ex-employee. It's two different yellow trucks, but they're similar, right?
Right. They're very similar.
Mm-hmm.
Yellow Frontier.
Totally different. Okay. But both yellow, right? Like, easy to deceive people watching it on little phone screens on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, just from what we see of them, they look very much alike.
Yeah.
But then
Let's
again,
check
I
the
don't see a
color.
lot of yellow trucks either. Or maybe I was just like, oh, there's another one.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of yellow trucks where I live either. I mean, if there's like one or two and they really stick out. I mean, because there's not many around. Oh, good. Thank you for dropping Chicken Ladies too. Anybody in here that has a channel, if you let one of my mods know, they'll drop it for you. Because I believe in dropping each other's channels and helping each other out. Even though mine's not very big, I still believe in.
Fred's was truck, Dudley's was SUV.
Mm-hmm.
More traffic on Ben Hill than a highway.
Fred's was a Nissan, right? Is that what you're saying? This is a Nissan? Yeah.
And Dick Dollar is saying Nissan, etc.
Xterra.
Xterra.
Yeah, it was an Xterra, wasn't it?
Yeah. And we only saw it. You could see it in the video where Summer's dancing in the rain. You can see it in the background.
Dudley has a SUV.
5928. Hang on here.
Goodbye, BC. Glad you came.
And did y'all notice when Dudley was talking the other day on shares, he said he was driving his GMC Denali. He went from an Xterra to a Denali.
Wow.
Yeah, big difference there.
Yeah, there's a big difference in price too.
Yes, there is.
And there's Dudley's yellow bus.
Yes.
Okay, yep, I see it now. Yeah, right there. Yeah. Now, what is this? Is this Candace and Don's vehicle?
Yeah, but I think that Dudley and Don carpooled in the white truck, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Dudley drove to Don's, and then they would ride in the white truck to work. Mm-hmm. That's what they both had said.
Was Fred's even running at the time?
We see you, BC. I was reading your comments about your tattoos and you're allergic to the blacklight ink and your daughter's got matching ones. You're not invisible, I promise.
Mm-hmm. I'm just slow on getting everybody's comments. I'm trying to catch them all, but I'm just slow in getting to them.
And we all can't talk at the same time. And, you know, we're trying to get questions answered about the vehicles. So, but we're reading them, I promise. We see you. Hopefully BC's on live and not behind if she's talking about the tattoos, because we talked about the tattoos in the very beginning.
Yeah. That we didn't even plan on talking about.
Right. That was just a little small talk before we got started.
Yeah, that was just like a road we went down. Because I was really interested in everybody's opinion on the interview if you had saw it. Or interviews if you had saw it.
All right. I'll go back up here. Okay, Dick Dollar. Right, it's not a truck, but people call, like, I have an SUV, I have a Suburban, and it's an SUV, and I call my vehicle a truck.
Yeah.
So, it
I
doesn't
call
have a truck
mine.
bed, but
Right.
I still call it a truck.
He was trying to impress people in his interview, no doubt. Fred had a blue SUV, didn't he? I don't know. Cher, do you know?
I don't recall. Is that what they say up here? When she says I didn't know about a red truck? Doesn't she say a blue minivan? That would be Jackie Dobbs, though, right? Didn't he drive a light blue, like a light blue?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Gosh, I've got to look back now when I'm not on my phone.
Right.
He
Wasn't
either
it
had a
Grandma that said she saw the minivan that morning when they pulled out or something?
Well,
It was over
if she
there.
saw Fred's vehicle, though, she would say Fred's probably. But I don't know, because before Dawn ended up down there that night, Candace was there prior to that. So, like an
I
hour
know,
and a half prior to that, at least.
But when they
I know
left
they were.
out, Grandma saw a blue minivan, she said, over there at Jody's, in Jody's driveway. So did
Oh,
Jackie Dobbs drive that?
He didn't have a blue minivan. It was some kind of like SUV, like a smaller SUV.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know for sure what he drove.
Yeah. Yeah, a Blazer. That's what it was. Andy said a blue Blazer.
Fred
Oh,
at
it was
some point
blue?
had a blue
So
or
that
green.
might have been the same thing.
No, that looks different than a minivan.
I mean, yeah.
Well, look who's talking about it, though.
That's true.
There was somebody that they were trying to show that had a blue minivan, though, because I remember they zoomed in on Google Maps, going down the road looking for vehicles on Google Maps, and they found somebody that lived close by, and they were sitting in the back end of the minivan. The tailgate part was open, and they were sitting inside of it. And then I want to say that there was a red truck at that address at one point or another also, because I remember people screenshotting that and sharing that stuff.
Oh.
Like trying to, say this could be them because they have both vehicles here, a blue minivan and a red truck. But it was just a random,
Fred drives a blue van, Andy said.
Right, Mimi, Jean. Fred was towing. Well, at one point he said he was towing a motorcycle or something. And then at another time he said he was towing a truck that Dawn gave to him like a month before.
Or would Don get a truck to give to him?
Well, look at all the vehicles on his property.
That's true.
All those broken down vehicles on the property.
I want to go back and listen to the interviews that Fred did, because he said a lot. I know that there were some contradictions, and I know Laura had talked also. I would like to go back and listen to those, but I don't know. Trying to find them. I know they were on a few different channels. By that point, I had given up on recording and trying to, put things in chronological order. So I didn't record any of them.
Yeah.
I don't remember what he was towing, though. I gave him a truck in March or the year before. Summer went missing. That's right. Red Wave said it. They lied. They all lie. Okay.
Right.
This is true. 100%. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. You ready to hit play?
Yeah.
I tried to change the closed caption to make it easier to see, and I changed it pink in all caps. If it's not easier, and I made it bigger, if it's not easier or it's still too hard to see, I can change the background color. And so just let me know what you guys think.
And if y'all want to stop it at any point, y'all just holler out. It doesn't matter. I'm good with if you want to just stop it and say, hey, I want to talk about it.
And that's true, Lisa Kay. The law enforcement knows every vehicle that came and went that day from the house. Yeah. And that's true too, Dick Dollar. I don't know, that Suburban was still running when he drove it down there to meet up with Brian Enton, though. We all thought that one was a doozy.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Can. That's funny. I haven't heard her called that before.
I've heard her called can and can't. Okay.
He was too lazy to fix it. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah. Yeah, they do.
Right, with Hobbs, yeah.
Uh-huh.
All right, here we go.
We do have good people in this area. We found out since this all happened. We got some real good neighbors and good folks.
Oh, wait. Andy said he can't see Dick Dollar. I think that's what he's saying.
Didn't block Andy, did you, Dick?
Folks everywhere. But
The most important thing is to bring Summer home safe. I'm sorry that you feel this way about us, but we love our children with everything we have. We've never went without, thanks to Summer's daddy and my husband. He's always provided for us and has worked as much as he could and can and still is. And I'm sorry that you guys feel that way, but that's my baby, and nobody would ever treat her like that as long as I was around.
Mm-hmm.
Like what? Can't.
Right. What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And where were you? Were you not around? Like,
I don't get that.
That whole part made no sense. I wish that when the news reporters ask questions that they would put their questions in there so we know what they're responding to.
Yeah.
You know,
that
knowing
would've
what
been
her question was, I think is very important in this instance right here. Like what? What is she referring to?
mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you can't hear their questions. You would usually in interview you can hear the question, kind of
Right.
like that we did today in the interview we saw with the PFs.
Yeah.
We heard every question that was asked, and you seen the interviewer too. So I don't. It's kind of weird that they didn't do that here.
Yeah, it's frustrating. It looks like she just came out of nowhere with this. You know, I'm sorry that you feel that way, but nobody would ever treat her that way if I was around or as long as I'm around, whatever. Sorry that you feel what way? You know, like that's what we need to know that question.
Yeah.
Right.
So I just rewound it to where it starts at her saying that again.
And can and still is. And I'm sorry that you guys feel that way, but that's my baby, and nobody would ever treat her like that as long as I was around, ever.
she loves to dance. She would always want me. She says, "Daddy, hold my hand so I can twirl." And she would just like to twirl and twirl until my arm got tired. You know, but and you know I put out there that one of Summer's favorite songs was Godzilla, and they say, you know, and they're jumping all over me about past tense was, you know. Well, I'm sorry about that. It's just,
She also liked the song by New
Wait.
Breed called House.
Can you pause for a minute? This is the first interview he's done. So who is already at him about speaking past tense? Tim
And
Mullen.
this is his second.
Right.
He did the first one with Josie. Remember?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. But that wasn't even. I mean, yeah, that was short and sweet. Not really an interview, but
Yeah.
Right. But that was that's I think that's what he's talking about with people coming at him because he
yeah.
didn't
Oh
pay.
yeah, because he talked about the resurrection. Yeah.
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 Yep.
Every time he talks about that.
And we've tried to think of everything, beat our brains out, and trying to think of anything and everything, but law enforcement has already thought of it all.
Mm-hmm. And they've looked everywhere.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. They've looked everywhere.
And there's nothing, no evidence, nothing.
Yeah.
this many years and nothing. That's the main thing I think I took away. Speaking about the interview from yesterday, that's what I took away from everything that Katie said was there's no evidence. There's nothing to see here. Just keep praying and stop.
Yeah.
Right.
Just stop. Mhm.
Yeah.
Just stop.
But had she checked with law enforcement and been in touch with them, she would know they do have evidence they're processing.
Yeah.
Right.
And they still want that video looked at, even though law enforcement has already said
Yeah.
it's irrelevant. They still want it.
And my whole answer to that was get up off of your ass and go down the street and ask.
Yeah. They're not even in the neighborhood anymore, apparently.
No, they're not. But if you know what house it is, go ask them.
Mm-hmm. It's your neighborhood. You should know.
Right.
Yeah.
Hi, Amanda. And the interview is highly edited, but it's because they've taken out all of their questions and only left in Candace and Dawn's responses. So
Yeah,
that's
they
what
only
we're
get a
complaining about.
certain time slot, right? So they got to try and fit it in that time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But they could have at least let us hear the questions that were being asked.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I wonder if some of it's not clipped that we won't hear till maybe there's answers. Because it is heavily edited. I don't know what else. What did they say that we're not hearing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Well, yeah. And it's not a short interview either. Like, oh, my size is all messed up now. Yeah, she's loud. Where's the size?
She's fine. She is just fine.
Oh, it's. She just wants to be a part of the show, you know.
That's okay. She can be a part. If she had a channel, we drop her link to.
That's right. Absolutely. After she's an adult, we will do that.
Now,
So it started around 56 minutes and it ends around an hour and 12 minutes. So 16, 18 minutes
yeah.
that they
We got-
shared.
Just under 13.
No, that's how much. So 112 and then 4. So about 16 minutes that they actually gave us. So I wonder how long they were there and how much, like how long the video or the interview was to begin with if we got 16 minutes of it, you know?
Yeah. That
That's
is.
what I mean. They only put out under 13 minutes of it, though, didn't they?
No, there's
Like
16
12
minutes.
minutes. Oh, is
That's
there
what I was
16?
just doing. Yeah,
Maybe I haven't
it's
seen
on
the whole one.
Hi,
it's
Mark.
on day 13.
That is kind of a long interview.
Yeah, it's on day 13. It's on June 28th, so maybe that's where you're getting the 13 from. That's what I was thinking at first too, was 13. That's why I wanted to add it up. But yeah, it starts at 55:48 and then it ends at 1:11:48. So that's about 16 minutes.
Hmm.
And I don't think I skipped back and reviewed any sections of it like sometimes I do. If they say something crazy, I'm like, well, wait a minute, and I'll skip back 10 seconds. I don't
Yeah.
think I did that in this interview.
Let's see. Okay.
Bring in the real man.
No, let's see. I had the wrong one. There it is. Hold
There
on.
was 14 minutes. They took it off their channel. Well, this is so. How is this 16 minutes long then? Unless I'm doing my math wrong. It's 56 minutes to an hour and 12 minutes. That's 16 minutes, right?
Yeah.
I graduated, I promise. All right, let's keep watching. Let's see if I rewound any. Maybe I did do some rewinding or something which made it longer. Okay.
Okay.
My house, She sung that a lot of times when I play it on the TV. She loved to dance.
She liked to think of herself as a princess, and you know, and all that, like all young girls do. And
She loved Frozen. She loved to be that Elsa, and
I think she really loved to be in church because she felt a lot of love there. And I think you can't explain what that love is, but you feel it and you know it, you know, when you're young. And she felt that there, and she loved everybody in that church, or she loves everybody in that church. I should rephrase that because they'll tear that apart as past tense, and I apologize again for that. I hope she gets to come home, you know, and I hope she gets to be with our church family again.
our best friend in that church was Robin. She loved her to death.
Yeah, she looked up to
When
women that were
she come to that church, she went looking for Robin. That was her favorite person.
any woman that was professional, that
was pretty,
yeah,
beautiful.
she looked up to those kind of women. She, you know, they were the word I'm looking for, I can't think of it, but she looked up to them. She'd give them a run for their money every day. She'd give them a run for their money, and there was times, you know, we'd be, you know, that our boys like, don't do this and don't do that. And next thing you know, the stick would come up and just whop them, you know, and be like, Summer, don't do that.
Summer was the boss of the family.
She typical girl.
When they get out of line, she'd put them in line.
She'd do her best.
And that part right there. Typical girl. Candace said she was the boss of the family. And Dawn said, typical girl. And if they got out of line, she'd put them in line. Yeah, she tried her best. You know, like, typical girl, of course, she tries to be the boss, you know, because that's just a typical woman, you know, that's just how they are. And, you know, she'd put them in line. Well, she tried. She tried to control the males, but females can't control males. Come on now. Like, that's what my interpretation of that is.
Well, no doubt she had to be strong because she was a little girl with 3 brothers, and
Right.
she lived in. She had to be pretty tough. I mean, you know.
Right.
I don't doubt that she probably whacked him with a stick.
Right.
To be honest, she probably was a tough little girl, and probably because she had to be.
Hi, Blue Eyes. Yeah, I bet she was rowdy. I bet she was. But that just bothers me, the way that he says that, the way that he worded that. And like I said, it has since the very first time I watched this interview. So it's just always stood out to me. I knew I would catch it when it came across.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I went back because I want to play that part one more time.
Yes.
Would be, you know, that our boys like, don't do this and don't do that. And next thing you know, the stick would come up and just whop them, you know, and be like, Summer, don't do that.
Summer was the boss of the family.
She typical girl.
When they get out of line, she'd put them in line.
She'd do her best.
She'd love to play in the mud and the water and swing on her swing and enjoy dirt.
When I run the lawnmower around, she would run behind me. When the boys run their bikes around, she, as fast as that little bike could go, she would be behind them running and keeping up with them, no problem. You know, she loved to run. She just loved to run, and she could pull herself up on that swing, her full body weight with her 2 hands, and she can do that. None of the other boys can do that, but she can.
Was she at school yet?
No, she's going this year.
This was supposed to be her first year.
She's been. We did all the what?
I took care of everything.
Yeah.
I had her already taken all of her shots and registered in the school ready for this year.
Yeah. I just never expected for anyone to get a hold of my heart like she has, because I try to guard my heart as much as I can, but she holds my heart in her little hands.
And that part always bothered me too. You don't guard your heart from your children.
Right.
No. Yeah.
And Summer is his 6th child.
Second daughter, not his only daughter, not even his firstborn daughter. And this is how he's talking, like he's never had a daughter before.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't know real love from a woman, including, I guess, his wife.
Yep.
What the hell?
And that's a totally different type of love.
Right.
Yes.
Your daughter's love compared to your wife's love, that's totally different. You can't even compare the two. That's just
you can.
Well,
you can
if you're done well.
Right. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out how to word that.
Yeah.
It's straight up if you're Don Walls.
Right. Only if you're him, right?
Yeah, I don't think I knew love before. So your first daughter didn't love you, you didn't love her? Like what's up with that? I'm confused.
I just can't imagine having a child and saying that you didn't know love. You know, like as soon as I held my child, as soon as I saw my daughter's face, that was the moment that I knew true love, you know, like unconditional love. I can't imagine not having known love after you've had a child.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew I loved her when I was pregnant with her, but then when I saw her, it was just a totally different level of, I don't know. It was amazing, you know, like a miracle in front of my eyes. So,
Mm.
and then I met my husband and found a different kind of love, you know,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. I agree, Red Wave. I agree.
Because most guys get excited about their sons. And again, he had other sons outside of Candace, long before Candace. But Summer, for some reason, well, we know the reason. Like deep down, we all know the reason of this.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, with Margie, his oldest daughter, he didn't have I don't think he had that chance so much, right? People were always around. Pam was pretty feisty, you know, she would take him away with a quickness if need be. You know, I almost wonder if he feared Pam a little bit. So maybe his tendencies might not have kicked in back then if there were tendencies, in my opinion, allegedly, possibly, maybe just speculating here.
Yeah.
Yeah, two different types of love, but yeah, no. We know the difference, okay? All of us in chat and on panel know the difference. For
Right.
some reason, this asshole on screen doesn't know the difference. I just, you know, gosh. All right. We ready to hear it one more time?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
For anyone to get a hold of my heart like she has, because I try to guard my heart as much as I can, but she holds my heart in her little hands. And I love her with all my heart. I'd do anything to have her back. If there's any way, if you can find it in your heart to.
Okay, wait, before he goes into this plea to
Yeah.
nobody, I really do believe that statement right there. I'd do anything to have her back.
I believe
I
that too.
believe that.
Mm-hmm.
Because of what she was to him. He didn't want
Yeah.
to give that up.
Yep.
Yep.
Like you can see it in his face as he says those words. You can see it and feel it that he's being honest.
But that's something he should have thought about before before he allowed it to be put in that position to losing her.
Right.
Exactly. So we'll go back and then we'll listen to his plea to nobody. If you can find it in your heart, oh, please find it in your heart.
Share. Read Mimi Jean's comment.
I read it. I read it.
What's that song? Tiptoe in the Tulips?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think of every time I hear Tim's name. I can't help it.
Thanks, Mandy. Thanks.
I love her with all my heart.
Anytime.
I'd do anything to have her back. If there's any way, if you can find it in your heart to please release her somehow. I don't know how you might do that. I mean, you're probably scared of going to prison for the rest of your life and everything else, I'm sure. But please find it in your heart, have mercy, and find a way of letting her go, and where we can get her back. And just
look at Candace's face.
Yeah,
as
she knows.
Here,
yeah.
Like as he's sitting here talking, watch her face. Like it's like he's listening to, or she's listening to his words. Like, is he talking to me? You know, like that's what I don't know. That's what it looks like to me. Oh my.
Anything to have her back. If there's any way, if you can find it in your heart, to please release her somehow. I don't know how you might do that. I mean, 'cause you're probably scared of going to prison for the rest of your life and everything else, I'm sure. But please find it in your heart. Have mercy.
He's really worried about that, ain't he?
Find a way
Yeah.
of letting her go,
Yeah.
and where we can get her back. And just please have mercy on her, and and us, and her brothers. And she's such a loving, good spirit. Please don't hurt her. Please
You're right. She is
let
a
her come
spirit.
home. That she's my biggest fear is
The way
her
you
being
just went to
tormented.
Candace's face.
Right? See, I'm not the only one that noticed that shit. They zoomed right in on her. Like, did you
Oh,
catch all
messed
that?
up.
Yes, the side eye she gives him.
That's what we call a good cameraman.
Yeah.
Right?
Good spirit. Please don't hurt her. Please let her come home. That she's my biggest fear is her being tormented or locked in a dungeon or basement or something, because she loved
You mean the bedroom? Your
Oh my
dungeon in
God.
the basement?
Right.
He's telling the story right there, locked in the
He said
dungeon or
it
the
before
basement.
even Chris McDonough said that. He's saying
Yeah.
it before Chris McDonough said it.
Yeah. I don't know why he always goes straight to this locked in a dungeon or a basement.
Because that's what he did to her.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
saw her room.
Well,
That's
yeah.
what I'm saying. He's telling us what has already happened to her. Like, he knows.
Yeah.
And this plea that he's doing, oh, please don't hurt her. Please don't hurt. I mean, like, can you be any more fake?
Mm-hmm.
That didn't
I
even
just
sound
had,
sincere.
listening to it, I just had that one stupid, like, video people make, that one song that's like, more energy, more passion.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Come on, Don.
Right. Give me some spirit hands or something, okay? Like,
Yes.
spirit fingers. And give me something.
Try
Sheesh.
a little harder.
Hey, TJ.
Hey, TJ. You're right. They
All right,
don't.
Amanda.
They don't, Red Wave.
Mm-mm.
They do not know what a family is.
And it
But
is.
I
It's
do
very
know
dry.
what a flop house is.
Well, there's that.
Casey's listening.
Oh.
That she's my biggest fear is her being tormented or locked in a dungeon or basement or something, because she loved to be outside all the time. That was her, unfortunately, her downfall. Because a lot of times the boy would be inside and we'd be like, where's Summer? Why'd you leave her out there alone? Go get Summer now. And that's happened over and over again. And we'd come out and she would always be close by, but we was always coming up. She had to be outside. She was an outdoor person.
And unfortunately, that was her downfall. And
I
that
don't
just
like
ruined Candace. That just ruined Candace's helicopter mom's, perception that she was trying to give us, that, she walked over to the door and told the boys to watch Summer, and she was only going to be 10 feet away, but yet Summer was outside with the boys and they'd leave her out there all the time.
And it was
So-
she shouldn't have been their responsibility, because they're kids. They're playing. They're not paying attention to all of that. I mean, she should not have been
Absolutely.
their responsibility.
right.
And Dick Dollar, I disagree. His biggest fear is prison.
Oh yeah. For sure. For
Mhm.
anyone to say to the person who supposedly took their daughter, I don't know if I would want to see you go to prison. I know what it's like.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Excuse me? No, they
Yep.
should go.
Mm-hmm.
They
That's because
should
you
be
probably.
tortured.
Yep.
He only said that because it's him.
Right. Because you
Right.
know who it is, and you don't want that
Yeah.
person. Yeah.
I
Mhm.
don't care if I had spent my whole life in prison. If somebody hurt my child,
Yes.
I want them under the prison. Okay?
Exactly.
They deserve everything that would be coming to them in prison for whatever they had done to my child.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's why when law enforcement, when they do their interview, they always ask, what do you think, or, news interviews do it sometimes too, but what do you think should happen to the person responsible for your
Yeah.
I think that answer is a very, very important answer that will tell you about the parent in the situation. When Chris and Katie were asked about it, Chris was like, well, that's not for us to decide, that's up
Right.
to law enforcement, But then Katie stepped in and said, well, they better get them before I do. So that was a little bit better, that gave me a little bit of confidence, but at the same time, Chris done ruined it for you, honey. I'm sorry.
Right.
Right. Yeah. And he's more worried that she can't. Okay, really, that she can't play outside and play, in the dirt and stuff. He's not really thinking
Yeah.
what
My
could
biggest fear is
Yeah.
she can go outside and play. My biggest fear would be, is she alive?
Right. Yeah. And he's saying, well, she can't go outside and play. She can't play with her puppies. I'm like,
Does that mean he knows where she's at and that's not an outside place?
right. Oh,
I'm telling you, they are telling us, or Dawn is telling us more of exactly what has happened. And this is the fresh first interview with them together.
Right.
mhm.
And that's why I think I paid more attention to Candace's face when Dawn was talking.
Well, the time when they put the camera on there, they kept her out of the
Right.
camera a little bit. I wish they had them both in there while they were talking. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And I
I
agree
wish
with
they would have
Andy
panned
too.
the camera to Grandis for a minute because we know she's there watching.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, because he says here in a minute, be careful, your mom's listening. But Andy said it doesn't fall on anyone in the holler except for the parents, and I absolutely agree with that. I don't think anybody is responsible for what happened. There might have been somebody who helped cover it up, after the fact, but I think that solely responsible, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Dangerous, but it got to be.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that, and just because Fred was, selling mathity math up there,
Yeah.
all mathematicians are bad people. They, yeah, I'll stop there. I
Yeah.
don't, so I can agree. I can agree with that, Yeah, any place.
I don't think it did happen there, Andy.
So you never suspected that. I guess I've never, I know Andy B's been on my panel, but I wasn't talking to him. That was when Scott H was drilling him. But
Oh no.
yeah, well, I mean, it was very respectful. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Scott H was asking questions. So you don't think that they would have ever harmed their child to a point of something criminal?
Everything everybody that lived around there said, the holler was just a place where everybody just lived their lives.
Right.
It wasn't a horrible place because everybody knew everybody.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
I
you
don't
never.
know.
Okay, I gotcha.
A lot of registered sex offenders live around there. There's definitely a lot of drugs around there.
Right.
But if you are just minding your own,
Yeah, but if you live on top of a
kidnapping,
hill like that, nobody's going to
yeah, you wouldn't expect
be up
that.
there.
Yeah. Well, Candace says in here she didn't realize there was sex offenders living 8. It's funny how usually you'll say 8 miles away, but she says 8 minutes away, and I'm like, well, okay.
Well, within a 5-mile radius, I think we counted at least 12.
Yeah.
Wow.
And you can check that.
Yeah.
Every state has a sheriff's website, and you can go on there. They have to register their name, their address, their work address, what their charges are. You can go no matter where you live, you can go to Google and find it. Find your
Yep.
sheriff's website, where they're registered, and put your address in, and it'll show you everybody within whatever mile radius you want it to be.
Yeah. It's really
When we were
easy.
buying our house.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
free to do it. It's real easy. Yeah.
Yep. When we were buying our house, that was one of my things was, I had 2 young children, a boy and a. So I wanted to go every house we looked at. I put in that search and tried to see who was, and we had the house that we ended up buying. We had one person that lived like 3 streets away, 3 blocks away. And we noticed at one point, one summer, they kept driving by. And so we quit being out in the front yard. We took everything to the backyard, but,
Yeah.
and just kept a close eye. But if we wouldn't have known that face from seeing his picture on the list, we wouldn't have known why that dude kept driving by the house, Like we would have
Right.
just thought that he lived there or that he was coming to visit or, So it's very helpful to check it out and
Yep.
look up.
Yep.
But I'm curious too. So I don't really listen to a whole lot of marble, whatever you want to call her. But didn't I hear that there was stuff that happened to the kids that you guys were both aware of? That was either physical or drug related, possibly before June 15th. Yes, no, maybe, possibly. And I'll go ahead and play and quit talking. So I'll watch for your answer though. I'm trying to remember. I know that there was accusations that have been made, but okay.
She'd love to be outside.
Yep. And I'm so afraid that she's locked away. She's such a loving heart and everything. And I'm afraid that she won't be able to, I'm blocked away where she can't be outside or play with a puppy or anything, love nature, and that's my greatest fear, that she's not able to do any of these things anymore, or that she could possibly, I don't want to think she's dead, but possibility. I don't want to address all the negativity. I just want to focus on the positive, because it's so easy to get, lost in that negativity and stuff.
You see Candace's face?
And that face right there is priceless.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
she snapped her head so quickly.
Yeah. Like, why'd you just say that?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean,
She's like, you done it now, Dawn. I didn't even have to do nothing.
Right. If looks could kill, he'd probably be on the ground.
Yep. Somebody said something earlier about her looks, saying, "Why'd you go off script?" Or,
oh yeah.
And I was like, "Oh, that's perfect," because that's what her look looks like. But Indy, you would actually be surprised. So I live in Indiana, and in Indy, there was a child that was kidnapped or that vanished, and law enforcement officers started scouring her road, and they knocked on every door. And then there was one house that one guy stood out to him, but they kept going. They ended up going back to that guy's house later that night, and the girl was tied up in his basement.
Oh my gosh.
And it was his neighbor, or her neighbor, Thank God she was okay. He had barely gotten started with what he was trying to do. So there was a little bit of stuff that had crossed the line. But
Yeah.
on top of being tied up in the basement, of course. So there was a lot of trauma, but law enforcement, basically, like, they rewarded that little girl so much. They celebrated her, and I'll have to find the story. That was amazing. But it was her neighbor just right down the street.
Mm.
Yeah, no, I know you're not saying it doesn't happen, but that was close to home for me, because I'm not far from Indy. So, because you kind of think that, they wouldn't take you from their own neighborhood. Like, that's their backyard. Why would they do that? Well, it's more comfortable for them because they know that neighborhood,
Mm.
They can watch for the cameras. They can know where all the cameras are and what angles and how to avoid cameras and,
Yeah.
I just want to focus on the positive
And find her
because
daughter.
it's so easy to get, lost in that negativity and stuff, and it's just not worth it. So I'm just, I appreciate y'all, the good things you say and your prayers. That's awesome.
When my sister went missing, I was in between Arkansas and Tennessee. When my sister
Right there.
went missing,
Your
I was
mom's
in
watching.
between
Watch it.
Arkansas and Tennessee.
Awesome.
When my sister went missing, I was in between
Yep.
Arkansas and Tennessee. I don't know all of what happened or what did happen,
And why would she
but I
care?
hope that
He
they find her
cared.
too and bring her home safely too.
But yeah, there's nothing. I mean, she disappeared without a trace.
Yeah, why
They
do you
haven't
gotta
found
watch
anything.
what you
Haven't found
say
a body,
about
nothing. And
Yeah.
your
you
mom's
see,
daughter missing
I mean,
while
she just
she's right there?
I mean,
Did
she's
happen.
missing, and you know that. But what do you gotta?
When my sister went,
What is she afraid she's gonna say?
Yes, Lisa K. He actually let law enforcement in the house, but they didn't go down in his basement. Yes. I can't remember the name. I'll have to look it up, though. But yeah, he said she's watching, and then she said that they were between Tennessee and Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that later on, when Donna's talking to Jeff Bobo, he says that Candace had just had Josie right before
Yep, he did.
Rose went missing. But
Yep.
that wasn't true. That's now we know by the timeline that Chapstick made that is glorious. That's not true. Candace
Yeah.
was still pregnant when Rose vanished.
Yeah.
So what really happened? Where was Candace? For
Right.
real,
Right? They both got something big on each other, guys.
Yeah.
right?
Right. Yeah.
All right.
Ladies,
but
I'm
the
gonna
good
jump
things you
down and be
say
in chat.
and your prayers.
Okay.
I'll be in chat. Mark's gotta wake up super early in the morning, which means I'm gonna wake up super early in the morning.
Okay.
I'll be in chat listening. Love ya.
Love
All
ya.
right.
Yeah.
Love ya. All right. Let's go.
And they keep. I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. I was just rewinding back a little bit.
They keep going on with that she was kidnapped. They cannot. They just like they're so sure that she was kidnapped, just like the PFs are so sure he walked out the front door. I mean,
Yep.
they are just so sure about that. Like Don even says, somebody ran up that hill and got her, and I'm like, who is going to run up that hill
Right.
and be able to snatch a child as steep as that is, and go with all the trees and all of the, the vegetation around it? And the reporter actually says, well, that would be kind of a hard thing to do. And he's like, no, they use the dog trail. So they're working really hard, just like the PFs are, to fix this idea that she was just snatched up and went down the dog trail with her. And I'm like, you're trying really hard to sell that to everybody.
Right.
Right. And I think that's one thing that I appreciate about Seth is he has looked at every possibility. He, and that's, people keep throwing it at him. Oh, well, I thought you said Katie did this, or I thought, he was still alive, or I thought you said he, like he's taking in every possibility because nobody knows.
Right.
So when you have your blinders on and you're like, oh, this happened for sure, it's because I think you're trying to detour from what really happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's just selling it too hard. I mean, he's really, for me, he is. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I
But
agree
Yeah.
with you.
yeah.
And Andy,
Go ahead.
Mars said that was James Bryan Chadwell. I had to look it up too. I had forgotten, in Lafayette. So Lafayette is close to Indy. I was thinking it was Indy, but Lafayette is another big city in Indiana. And thank you, Mars. James Bryan Chadwell. I want to look up the story again too to get the details again. But Andy said, so I have a question. How did Fred see all the kids in the nude when there were differences in ages?
I
Just
think, didn't
asking.
he say it was just the older two, just the two of them, when the two boys is what I thought it was.
I don't think I heard him say that, so I can't say.
I can't either.
And that's true, Cher.
The other thing I wanted to say about, you're going to hear it come up, is he said it several times. I think that they should search every house, all my neighbors' houses, and go and search all their houses and look in all the structures and all in all of America for all of the lost kids. And I'm like, he's like, but they should look in every structure for Summer. And I'm thinking, well, of course you're saying that because she's not in a structure. That's why you're telling people to go look for her in a structure, because she's, in my opinion, she's not in a structure. She's in the ground. That's just my opinion. But, that's why he keeps saying, just go look in all the structures. Just go look. Well, they're not going to find her.
Yeah. Just take them away, distracting away.
Yeah.
Where she's really at.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lost in that negativity and stuff, and it's just not worth it. So I'm just, I appreciate y'all, the good things you say, and your prayers. That's awesome.
When my sister went missing, I was in between Arkansas and Tennessee. I don't know all of what happened or what did happen, but I hope that they find her too and bring her home safely too.
Well, yeah, there's nothing. I mean, she disappeared without a trace. They haven't found anything, haven't found a body, nothing. And when you see cases like that, that's why I lose hope on Summer. I want to keep hope, but sometimes I lose hope.
Lose it.
And I think, well, maybe we won't never see her again, so I start thinking in past tense. Sorry, but I'm trying to keep hope up. I'm trying to keep my prayers up and all that.
Bullshit. Everything is in past tense, except for when you called it out that people called you out for talking in past tense. And then you still corrected yourself when you said she loved. So you're still talking in past tense, even when you almost got it right in present tense. It's not because you're trying to keep up hope. In my opinion, allegedly. Sorry. That part pisses me off so bad.
Sometimes I lose hope.
Lose it.
And I think, well, maybe we won't never see her again, so I start thinking in past tense. Sorry, but I'm trying to keep hope up. I'm trying to keep my prayers up and all that.
Still got her arm up?
No.
Oh, that's what I was trying to get at.
I know she didn't walk away from this property by herself or off this yard by her swing. I feel in my heart that somebody has came up here and took her, has lured her away from here.
The parents of missing 5-year-old Summer Wells saying they never thought she was in the woods near their home, but that they believe she was abducted. Search crews combing through nearly 5 square miles around the Wells home.
Yep.
Crews combing through nearly 5
Okay, so that's how mine was longer because there were extra few minutes that I added at the end of the interview of this part where they were doing the commentary over it. It wasn't
Well,
just the interview.
we'll forgive you.
Well, that's why I was saying, like, it doesn't make any sense if it was shorter than 16 minutes because I got 16 minutes here. So now it makes sense.
Now we know.
That's right. I can admit when I'm wrong, okay?
That's right. That's right.
Oopsies.
Square miles around the Wells home.
I have to do one step at a time, I guess, but I'm sorry that they had to spend so many man hours in these woods and everything. I've seen them limping and everything else, and I feel for them.
Summer not the first girl to go missing in her family.
When my little sister went missing, I was in between Arkansas and Tennessee.
And I feel for them.
Summer not the first girl to go missing in her family.
When my little sister went missing, I was in between Arkansas and Tennessee.
And I feel for them.
Summer.
When my little sister went missing, I was in between Arkansas and Tennessee.
Well, I don't think
I
you're
don't
in
know
Arkansas and
all of
Tennessee
what
now.
happened or what.
Do what?
When was Josie's birthday?
Um,
Was he born the same year Rose
yeah,
disappeared?
it was. I think it was the same year. Hold on, let me get my chapstick timeline out here. Okay, so Rosemarie Bly disappeared on August 21st, 2009, and Josie was born in September of 2009, September 24th.
So she was pregnant when.
Yep. So she had
And Josie
Josie
was
a
born
month.
in Arkansas, right?
Yes.
He was the only one that was born not in Tennessee.
Yes.
So they weren't in Tennessee yet.
No.
But she said they were back and forth between Tennessee and Arkansas.
Yeah, they hadn't moved yet, but I mean, I don't think she's very firm on even the timeline. I mean, and I've heard Don say other things that weren't true. He had the wrong sister, saying that Rose, when he was talking about Rose, that wasn't Rose he was talking about. Or they could have been going to visit Don's mother. I mean, you can't
True.
say that they're lying.
She was sick at that time.
She was. Yep. But what I want to say about him saying, careful, your mother's listening. That's because it was the anniversary of Rose's death or her birthday. I can't remember which one. And Candy was crying because, she's never gotten over Rose. And Candace said, why are you crying? The bitch is dead. So that's Don. That's why Don said that, because Candy's right there and he didn't want Candace to say anything that was going to upset Candy because he was afraid she'd, say something nasty.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah. They don't know what happened to Rose. I've even posted the confidential informant report. I know people that were at the party. I just had a girl message me today and talk about the people that were there and what happened.
Did she make it to the party?
Yes, she did. Yep.
She did. Okay.
Yep.
I never knew that if she made it to the party or not.
Oh, yes, she did make it there. 2 people, one person she was meeting there. When he and his friend got there, her car was there, but she was gone. And they were ripping the carpet up upstairs.
Oh.
Well, that's very interesting.
Very, very interesting.
Yeah, it's not a secret, but there's some law enforcement involvement and shady stuff that
Oh,
They don't want
really?
to come out. I mean, they were told. I've got the a confidential informant report, and I know there were at least 2 others because I know who told them. And I mean, it told what happened to Rose, who did it, and it where she was, and it had Rose's detective. They passed it on to the guy that's Rose's lead detective now. He was a drug cop then. So he had this information. I mean, they've had this information the whole time.
Really?
And people
nothing's
in
been
town are scared to death.
Oh my gosh.
They are, yeah. And I had somebody there asking questions, and somebody said, "This is so much bigger than you know. Don't talk about it." She had more than one person say that to her.
Wow.
There's was the whole shady thing, and Rose was up to her neck in it.
Mm.
And I think the cops want to cover it up, so I don't think it's ever going to be solved. You know, it reminds me of what's her name there that got hit on the bike? Oh man, it just escaped me. It's a famous case. They thought they saw a picture of her tied up in the van with a little boy. What was her name? What's her name?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
I know
yeah,
which
yeah.
one you're talking about. I don't know the name though.
Oh man, it was. Anyway, you know, everybody in town knows who did it and what happened, and you know, it was the sheriff's son that hit her with his friends, and you know, then hit her bike. I mean, her Walkman's there smashed, and that's why nothing ever happened. You can talk to anybody in town, and they'll tell you the same thing.
Wow.
Same kind of thing. Same kind of thing.
Yeah.
What is her name? Is somebody in chat saying it?
No. Was Rose's boyfriend a cop? Somebody asked.
Yes. Yes.
Well, now we know.
Yeah.
That makes a little bit more sense.
Wow.
Let's see. Hold on. What Share says. This video and interview was the end of June. Candace said that stuff nasty about Rose way before she got gone.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yep.
Yeah.
It was way before. But Don didn't want her to talk about Rose in a way that would upset Candy again. He was afraid she'd say something nasty.
Would she really say something nasty about her sister on the news, though?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, Don was afraid she would. I don't know. Who knows what Candace would say? I can't. I'm not in her head.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I don't know. It looks like she's looking over towards her mom right now in the freeze frame that's on the screen. She seemed pretty polite about it. I don't know, like, what happened, but I was in a whole different state, so they never found her either. One thing that Don said later, too, in another interview, he had said they never found any trace of her either.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. He did
What
say
do you
that.
make of that?
Mm-hmm.
That he knew that they were never going to find Summer.
Mm-hmm.
And that Rose won't be found either.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Rose is not going to be found, unfortunately.
Wow.
There's just no way at this point. I mean, it's been 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
And she's in the water, so there's not gonna be anything left.
Oh, wow.
Well, thanks for that information.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yep.
Hey, no problem. Yeah, I'm gonna drop down now.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right. She's a loose cannon, especially when she's high as a kite. That's true. But like Sherry said, she wasn't going to say anything on the news because Grandma Candy coaches them on how to talk on the news, which I could see that, Grandma Candy. I mean, they even gave credit to Grandma Candy. She's already handled all this news stuff, and she already knows how to. That's why she left the state basically after Summer vanished. Was to get away from the paparazzi,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Mm.
And so she puts or gives them ideas of what to talk about, what to say, what not to say before they would go on. I could see that.
Candace threw a fit to Beanie privately and wanted searches being stopped from going to her house. Oh, really? Why was she worried about that?
She wanted away from all of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt bad at first, for Candace because her mother left and her mother knew what she was going to be going through.
Mm-hmm.
I always
That's
thought
true.
it was pretty crappy.
Yep.
I never seen her as a love and nurturing type, though.
No,
You know what I mean?
that would not be my description.
No. So it's not surprising that she done it. It's wrong. She should have, even if you're not, you should have some type of compassion. You know what I mean? But
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
yeah.
All right. You ready to keep rolling?
Yes.
All right.
It did happen. But I hope that they find her too.
When you see cases like that, that's why I lose hope on Summer. I want to keep hope, but sometimes I lose hope.
Lose it.
Fear beginning to spread through the Wells home as Summer remains missing.
And then it really bothers me to find out that we've had sex offenders living within 8 minutes of my house.
Keep a close watch on your kids.
Yes.
Don't let them out of your sight.
Summer's parents saying they wish they could search every structure in America if it could help lead to finding her.
Now that we know she's not in the woods anywhere, I wish we could focus on finding her. I don't know what, or I don't know.
And that's the part that you were wanting to talk about, Tammy.
Yes. Yep.
About the structures, because she's not there, because we believe she's in the ground, not in a structure.
Right. So search away is what they're saying.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Don's looking over at somebody doing something right here. I rewound. I don't know why. So, like I said, I apologize for the rewinding on this recording. I was trying to record it, and I did not edit them. I was just recording straight through in chronological order, the best that I could, to get all of the interviews for this video. So, some of the times I went back a few different times, and I was like, a little overdoing it a little bit sometimes, but
no, you're fine. That's fine. Yeah.
All right, let's go.
We really miss her very much. She was the angel, our blessing, the love of our life. She's what made our world go around.
It's been 13 days since Candace Bly and Donald Wells last saw their 5-year-old daughter, Summer.
I'm just scared that somebody's hurting her, and there's nothing I can do about it. It smothers me.
As the almost 2-week-long search through the rough terrain scales back, Summer's parents say they believe someone took their daughter.
Personally, I think someone came up here and grabbed her and ran down the hill.
I think so
and
too.
threw her in a car and drove as far away as they could from this area.
I know she didn't walk away from this property by herself or off this yard by her swing. I feel in my heart that somebody has came up here and took her, has lured her away from here.
Around 6:30 in the evening on June 15th, her father called to report her missing, but he wasn't home yet from work.
Me and my mother and her were planting flowers, And we went in after we got done washing our hands, and she got a piece of candy from Grandma, and she wanted to go back over and see her brothers. And I said, okay. And I walked her all the way over to the porch, and I watched her walk into the kitchen where the boys were watching TV.
And there's the weed.
And I told the boys, I said, watch Summer. I'll be back. And within 2 minutes, I came back. And I asked the boys where their sister was, and they said, she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, okay. And I yelled downstairs for her a couple times.
Now, I want to say something here. Cher called out where she said it smothers me. And I remember that being like a huge, huge thing. Everybody was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe she used that word. And why would she say it that way? And it still makes my hair stand on end. But when she said she went inside and asked the boys where their sister went, and they said she went downstairs to play with her toys, Mom, I will never, ever let it go that when Allie was interviewed on Unmasked, her story was Candace said that when she went inside, she asked the boys where Summer was, and they said, I don't know. Maybe she went downstairs to play with her toys.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like Candace changed the story. Like what Allie said was true. I believe what Candace told her is what she shared with us. And I think that Candace changed her story to be more concrete of she did go down the stairs because that's what the boys said. And I don't think that Summer ever walked in the house. I think Candace did walk in the house and say, boys, where's your sister? The boys are so glued to the TV. They didn't know if Summer came inside or not. And so I think she gaslit them. You know, where'd your sister go? She was in here. Where'd she go? Why aren't you watching her? You guys don't ever watch her when you're supposed to. You know, like,
Yep.
and they had a whole month of gaslighting the boys in that way to make them feel like it was partly their fault or they should feel guilty about it. Or, you know, if one of them even said, if I would have gone down there with her, maybe she'd be here. Well, Dawn said that. I think that that was put in their head. You know, she went down there. If one of you would have went down there with her, maybe she'd still be here.
Yep.
Mhm.
I think those boys got guilted a
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they said earlier that when they started watching YouTube TV, you couldn't get their attention. Well, if that's the case, they're not even going to know Summer came in
Right. That's
and went
exactly what I
downstairs.
mean. Yep. And Dawn brought that up a couple different times. They were
Yeah.
watching TV like they always do, or they
Mhm.
were glued to the YouTube, you know,
Mhm.
because people were arguing about that, you know, saying
Yeah.
that they were watching YouTube. Well, they were
Mhm.
watching YouTube on the TV,
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
but that
But
was
there's yeah.
it was a big drama argument, you know, to make content back during her case.
Yeah. Why didn't Ansley mention that C called 911 only father?
Yep. Because we don't know if Candace really called 911 or
Yeah.
not. She's
We
the only
only
Yeah,
person that has ever said she
that's been
did.
a big mystery.
Yeah. We only have like one 911 recording call that we've heard, right?
Well, we haven't heard the call. We just know dispatch said the
This
father.
yeah.
Yeah, like they talked like they spoke with the father.
Right. Yeah.
I wish they would put out the video, you know, or the 911 call.
Right. I don't see why they wouldn't after almost 4 years and they haven't given a shit. Like not even a sliver
Mhm.
of anything. Why not feed the public and let us deep dive in it? You know, you guys have exhausted, I'm sure, all of your resources by now on that 911 call. Put it out. Let us hear it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been long enough for let us hear it. Yeah.
What's it gonna hurt? When he called Candace at 1:30, he was home. I told Don I think this, and he's never argued with me. Just brushed right by it.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. And 1:30 is way earlier than what Jenna had said, Candace had said, because that was around 3 or 3:30.
Her family is friends with, and Tim has photographed her family since AD. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
It's all about who you know.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll go back and because see, watch your sister. I'll be back, and within minutes I came back, and I immediately said, "Where's your sister?" Bullshit.
Right.
That didn't happen on a regular day, let alone this day.
right.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. And I'm gonna walk away. I'm gonna go refill my tea, my spice chai tea.
Uh-huh.
So when you're ready to pause, and just yell at me, and I'll pause it from my earbud.
Okay.
Came back, and I asked the boys where their sister was, and they said she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, okay. And I yelled downstairs for her a couple times, and I didn't get no answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. She was just gone.
Summer has 3 older brothers.
When they get out of line, she'd put them in line.
Her parents say she loves princesses, especially the movie Frozen, and to be outside.
She loves to dance. She would always want me. She says, "Daddy, hold my hand so I can twirl." And she would just like to twirl and twirl and twirl until my arm got tired.
She'd love to play in the mud and the water and swing on her swing and enjoy dirt.
Now, authorities are looking for the driver of a red Toyota Tacoma that was in the area around the time Summer went missing, and stressing that this person is a potential witness.
I've never seen this truck, and I've never heard of it until just recently. But I wish they would come forward and explain themselves. And if you're not a suspect, at least come forward and say what you've seen.
No one has been named a suspect, and authorities have not ruled Summer's disappearance as an abduction. But tonight, her parents have one plea.
Please find it in your heart, have mercy, and find a way of letting her go, and where we can get her back.
Please bring her back home.
Just let her come home, please.
We miss her so much. Her brothers are so devastated that they wake up every morning crying for their sister. And as a mother, it really hurts to see your other children crying.
Well, for the last few days, we have referred to Candace's mother as Candace Wells because that's what she went by on Facebook. But tonight she told me that her name is Candace Bly, and Bly is her maiden name.
2 weeks tomorrow, since we are told she called authorities. And you mentioned how she's really been reluctant to be interviewed until tonight. What do you think it was that changed that made her want to go and talk to you tonight?
I have spoken with her several times via social media. She actually ended up messaging my professional Facebook account. We have talked a few times there. And today I went up and was able to introduce myself to her. And she told me that she'd been reluctant just because of all of the backlash on social media. She said that she'd been reading the comments. But after speaking with her a couple times this evening, she said that she was finally ready for people to hear her side of the story.
And you had a chance to ask what I'm sure a lot of people were wondering about, why Summer's hair was so short, and both Summer's mother and father had comments about that.
They both told me that she had already cut her hair. They said it's something most little girls do. They get hold of the scissors and already cut her hair, and that they just decided to go ahead and shave it all off. It was just a little bit too difficult, is what they told me, to go ahead and style it that way. Her mother did tell me that she shaved her head as well to make Summer feel more comfortable, but that was why they told me her hair was a lot shorter than originally pictured.
Ansley Daniel, something that...
I can't read what that says.
We really need help to finding this red pickup truck with a ladder rack.
Yeah.
Not sure of make, maybe Toyota. So this is about the truck.
Gotcha. Now the truck that was wrecked, the red truck that got wrecked, it was Tony Hammond and Brandon Sharfie Jr. that was in that red truck that got wrecked.
Okay.
And that was just a regular, like, I think it was a Chevy pickup or something. It was a bigger size truck. It wasn't a small Toyota.
So this is the one you're talking about, isn't the one that was down
Right. No.
by the beach. This is
Not the one that was wrecked in the ditch. No.
Okay.
It's a different truck.
There's a lot of red trucks.
Yeah. And I
And
don't know that that was even real important.
no, it probably wasn't. It was probably made to be important.
Yeah, I think so.
Kind of like the trash truck.
Right.
That wasn't even an issue either.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm back now. I was trying to make sure, see what I missed here. So this one says July 3rd. So the interview that they just did was on June 28th. And this is July 3rd. This one says, I learned something very interesting today and I want to share. I can't help it. Ellen White was the last prophet before Christ's second coming, which is not far off. She wrote the book, The Great Controversy, which is a book that changed my life. At the time she wrote it in 1830, Satan organized other false churches to counteract her, or should I say gods, and yeah, then it was cut off. But then I think that was the first time we saw Satan.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of Satan, it says
Yeah.
Satan. Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And he posted a lot. Like July 2nd down here, you can see, thanks so much. I got to get off here and get the boys ready for bed, is what that one said. So then this one was July 8th. And it says, we really need help finding this red pickup truck with a ladder rack. Not sure of make, maybe Toyota. Not the one pictured, but something like it. I just found out. So that's why I put this in here, because he said, I just found out. But the news asked him about it back on the 28th. So it wasn't July 8th when he had just found out.
Yeah.
But I just found out that it was parked at the bottom of our driveway around the time of Summer's disappearance. Please help us locate this truck. It did have buckets in the back.
So he puts a truck, but it's not the truck.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That one had 2,500 comments on it.
Good night.
Yeah.
Don said a woman was in the back sleeping. In the back sleeping of the truck, Mamie Jean?
The red truck that wrecked?
Family members reported.
I think the one that wrecked. Yeah.
They were driving, and that's when those two kids were throwing rocks and everything at the truck. And I think it was Tony Hammond that got out of the truck and went to try to get the boy. The girl had gotten inside the house, and he chased the little boy all the way down to the house and started beating on the door. And the boy's grandfather came out and chased him off.
Oh,
Said,
wow.
called the cops. They'll be here any minute. And he went and got in the truck, took off, and they were trying to get the heck out of there and ended up wrecking in that ditch.
Oh. So they were scared of him? Scared of Don?
No, this wasn't Don. This was Tony Hammond and Brandon Sharfie Jr.
Oh, that was chasing them. Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yes, Mimi Jean said. So it was the back of the red truck that wrecked. There was a woman sleeping back there. I guess after she wrecked.
I remember
got in
he
there.
said something about he woke up, or he was going to work. You know, he woke up that morning and was headed off to work, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. I could be thinking of something different, but he was leaving and he saw the truck, and he stopped and got out and helped him because, you know, he debated on it. He was just going to keep driving, but he decided that he was going to stop and help. And there was a woman asleep in the back of it.
All right, then.
I vaguely remember that story, and
Yeah.
that's all I remember of it too. So, all right, ready to keep rolling?
Just keep rolling.
Summer missing the evening of June 15th. She has blonde hair, blue eyes, and is about 3 feet tall.
In the 10 days since she was reported missing, search teams from over 100 agencies, teams from 6 states have spent endless hours searching for the missing 5-year-old. And they've covered, they say, over 3,000 acres in the area near her home on Ben Hill Road in the Beach Creek community of Hawkins County, where she was last seen. And that's where Bianca Murray joins us live tonight. She's near the Search Command Center.
Bianca, you spoke with Summer's mother and grandmother today. What did they tell you?
Josh and Sarah, I took a trip down to Ben Hill Road this afternoon with a friend of the Wells family. Now, that's where the Wells family lives. I met Summer's mom and grandmother, neither of whom felt up to doing an on-camera interview, but they spoke to me about how much they miss Summer. In a statement, Summer's mom, Candace Wells, told me she knows Summer would never leave her home alone. Summer's grandmother, Candace Hera, told me in a statement, quote, "Bring my grandbaby home. She is a lovely baby and we're so thankful for everyone looking for her. We yelled and looked for her as much as we could. She was just gone. It's devastating." The Wells family told me today that they don't want to go on camera because they don't want to give any more reason for people on social media to spew negativity at them. And they tell me that they are getting quite a bit of negativity right now. Tonight at 6, you will hear from a family friend who is begging for compassion for the family at this point. Live in Beach Creek, I'm Bianca Murray from News Channel 11.
And who
Radio
was that
scanner
family
traffic
friend? Do you
from.
know? Do you know who that family friend was?
I don't remember. I want to say that that was when Rose Meyer was there. Grandma Candy's friend
Yeah.
that had helped when Rosemary vanished, but
Mhm.
I'm not 100% sure. And I don't know if I have it recorded in this lineup or not.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
If I do, we'll see it.
All right.
Bianca Murray from News Channel 11.
Radio scanner traffic from emergency dispatchers the night Summer Wells disappeared. Take a listen.
Demeanor off of 110, 110 Ben Hill Road off of Beach Creek should be the first residence on your right. Reference to a missing 4-year-old. The parents have called in and advised that the mother had went for a walk, came home. Now they can't find her. They've been yelling for her. She's been gone for about 10 minutes now.
Okay, so right there, she said the parents have called in and advised.
Yes. Yep.
That's the first time I've ever caught that.
Yep. The parents
Yes.
called in and the father
Mhm.
advised.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So what did the
Like
mother
they were
say?
together.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were together because if it's the parents, that's 2. Yeah. But according to Don, he was what, an hour away?
Right.
Almost an hour in Jonesboro.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I guess I've never, and this is why we go back and listen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The parents have called in, so it's like Don and Candace were together, but the father is the one that spoke. That's what I get from the way they worded that.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, Mimi Jean. He was in the white truck, yep, and he took pictures because it was so weird. The truck that he helped that got stuck in the ditch.
Mm-hmm.
You hear it, Wandering Hearts? See? Did you hear it before this? Crazy. That's right. And he allegedly talked to Candace his whole way home. And that was so surprising because usually the signal wouldn't last that long.
Mm-hmm. Because if he hadn't have been with her, they would have said the dad called. They wouldn't have said the parents called.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, you would think that Don would say, look, my wife just called me. She's at home. She can't find my daughter. I'm on my way home
Mm-hmm.
to find out, to help or whatever, but somebody needs to get there now, or, you would think that there would be a little bit of clarification, especially since when he called 911, it would have went to Jonesboro, not to Hawkins County.
That's true. Yep.
So they would have had to transfer him to Hawkins County. Right, Teresa, that's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
But we haven't been able to prove that.
Mm-mm.
We haven't been able to prove that, 1, that he was in Jonesboro, and 2, that Candace called 911. Because there had been talk that, like Candace said that she called 911. She said she threw her phone down in the bed of Dawn's truck and ran over and used her mom's phone to call 911.
Right.
which is silly because you can call 911 from any phone, whether it
Yeah.
has service or not.
Right. You can. Yep.
But she got Grandma Candy's phone and dialed 911. But then there was talk of maybe it was one of the boys or somebody else who was there that had actually spoken with 911. But since we haven't been able to hear either of the calls, we don't know.
Yep. So we don't know if 2 phone calls were made or 1 was made or what.
Yep. All right, here we go.
Again, audio from police scanner traffic that evening. Dispatchers referenced Summer Wells as a 4-year-old. We now heard that correction the following day that, in fact, she is 5 years old.
Josh and Sarah, I spent the day looking into Donald Wells' previous charges in Utah, Arkansas, and Tennessee. The Arkansas charges include possession of controlled counterfeit substances without a prescription and burglary. Those charges occurred between 2006 and 2007. In Utah, Wells faced multiple charges from 1990 to 2001. He pled guilty to attempted aggravated assault, interfering with a public servant, forgery, burglary of a dwelling, and theft. When we asked Wells earlier this week if he would like to address his criminal history, he said, quote, "It's in the past and we'll leave it there," end quote.
It's not really that far in the past, though, now is it, Donald? And he doesn't want to discuss it because it's a whole freaking novel. We started going over that in my live stream on Friday.
Yeah.
His criminal record, he started getting arrested when Candace was born.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it's wild.
Yeah. That's when he was the panty snatcher, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we haven't even gotten up to that yet, I don't think.
No. No, I don't think. Let me look at my notes.
Wasn't he snatching panties right after he got out of jail too? This
Well,
last
which
time?
time?
Yeah,
Oh, I don't
know.
I'm not sure. The first time that he was ever arrested, he was 18 years old, and it was in October of 1982.
Yeah. Yeah, Mimi Jean, the red ones.
Oh.
Yep.
He got the woman's underwear out of the dryer in the garage.
Gross.
And see, Candace was born in May of 1982, and Dawn's first arrest was October 10th of 1982.
Jeez.
He's that much
So-
older than her? I didn't realize that.
Yep. 18 years.
Yep.
But yeah, we went through 7 different arrests from the time he was 18 until 26.
Yeah.
And that's just page 1.
Yeah, a lot of mugshots.
Right. Yeah, my live stream, I went back and I timestamped it. So if you missed my live stream on Friday, definitely go back and check it out. I timestamped it so you can skip through. We had a lot of squirrels carrying flashlights.
Yes, we did.
We had a lot of small talk and chit chat, and but we got it done. Okay, we got through where I wanted to get to. It took us 5 hours to get there, but we did it. Okay, and so check it out. Watch it on 2x speed. You know, get through it. Skip through it with the timestamps. They're very helpful. There was a lot of information. I think that's so important to find out why these two are the way they are.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. The way they were raised says a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely. And that's why I think I'm so grateful for Chapstick's timeline. You know, like some people are probably like, okay, Mandy, we get it. Like, you know, but I really am grateful that she has taken the time to put all of that information down, because the way that they were raised is, you know, you either are. So I heard somebody say this the other day. So I usually say kids either live what they learn or learn from what they lived.
Right.
You know, so you either follow in the footsteps of what you witnessed as a child and become that as an adult, or you learn from that, and you're polar opposite of that, you know?
Yep.
And I was watching this video that popped up in my recommended today, and he had said something about you either learn from what you lived, or you use your childhood as your excuse for why you are the way you are today.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's a great way to word it. I like that.
Yeah. Because it's true, they do use their childhood. They blame it on that.
Right. I mean, none of us, you know, like, I don't think any of us had a white picket fence out in front of the house and, you know, Joan Cleaver in there fixing our breakfast and stuff. So, you know, we've all had a textured past, you know, I guess you could say. And I think that I have tried to learn from my mom's mistakes, because that's what my mom wanted for me. You know, she didn't want me to live through the struggles that she had and do that with my children, you know? So, I try to, I mean, I'm not, you know, the best mom ever, but I try to be a good mom, you know, and give my kids better than what I had. So
Right.
I don't use my childhood as an excuse of why I'm a shitty person, you know?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
The year after you were born. It was a couple years after I was born, but he started young. I mean, 18, and he, you know, he was like, "Hey, I'm legal now." It makes me wonder what his juvenile record looks like.
Lisa Kay said he has one.
Right. I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
I mean, who gets arrested right at 18, I would suspect most likely that they would have a juvenile, especially when there's back-to-back arrests, you know, not just one.
And you can't see those, so they stay
Right.
sealed, right? No matter how old
Yeah.
you are, those stay sealed. Yeah.
Yep. There's only certain ways that your juvenile record can be brought into public, and it has to do with something like if you commit a murder or something, like when you're 20 years old, you know, then they might be able to pull up your juvenile record to show a pattern of behavior or something during trial. That's just a really, really loose example of what I think.
Yeah.
How they do it.
What coming up, you know, he's going to talk about Candace dropping the charges against him.
Yep.
And
apologize to him.
Yeah. And it was apparently there shouldn't have been, you know, she wasn't the one that should have been apologizing, but I don't know. I wasn't there, but he also talks about the lie detector test, and that gets really interesting what he says about that.
Well, we need to get to it. And the part about Candace apologizing, so what he's getting ready to talk about, the situation that they are referring to, is the October 2020 situation when Jose was at the house and Dawn threw Josie in the truck and drove all the way from Utah back to Tennessee because Jose was in the house with Candace.
Yeah.
And he thought something was going on. He gets home, gets drunk as a skunk, and gets into an argument with everybody there, including Grandma Candy, and law enforcement gets called.
Yes.
And we already read that report. I know that that's been popped up on the screen earlier in this timeline video that we have here. But I think it gets popped up again. But that was when he fell.
Yeah. Yeah.
We also asked Wells about charges in Hawkins County. According to police reports, Wells was arrested in October 2020 and charged with domestic assault, possession of a handgun while under the influence, and unlawful possession of a weapon, following an incident with Summer's mother.
We worked it out. She's apologized to me. She's went to the district attorneys. She even talked to the judge and told him that she made a serious mistake. And, and that's the end of it.
This past April, Wells...
Because it's never his fault.
Right?
Yeah.
He didn't do anything wrong. He didn't have that firearm in his vehicle when he knows he's not supposed to have any firearms at all because he's a convicted felon and he's not allowed to have them. He didn't do that. He wasn't driving while he was highly intoxicated to the point where he fell down. That wasn't his fault.
Nope.
It was Candace's fault.
Yep. She drove
Anybody but him.
You're right. She drove
Yeah,
him to it, you know.
that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. He's an angel, okay?
hmm
Yeah, he was saying that the firearm was legal for him to have, but you can use bullets in that too. It's a black powder pistol gun, which means that you don't use bullets in it. But there was a deep dive on that. I remember back in the community during the case, and somebody had pulled up something about you can use bullets in that gun also. But he wasn't supposed to have any type of pistol, period. Handgun of any kind. I believe that we talked about this last time too, that they're allowed to have like shotguns or BB
Right.
guns or, like larger guns, but they're not allowed to have handguns.
No handguns, no pistols.
And this was a handgun in his glove box, in his vehicle while he was drunk.
Yeah, because he ain't going to get a shotgun in his glove box.
Right. Exactly.
Not even a sawed-off. No.
He wouldn't be able to hide a shotgun in that little tiny truck anyway. It probably wouldn't fit behind the seat, under the seat, or
That's true.
You haven't heard which part, Andy? Which part? Don and Jose lived there for 2 weeks before the fight.
I didn't think that. I thought it happened right when Don got back. But I thought after the fight, he stayed.
According to Don, it happened right after he got there, right?
Yeah.
Right. That's what I thought too.
Yeah.
And then he made Grandma Candy took Jose and drove him out of state to someplace else. He wasn't charged with a felon with a weapon. Black powder pistols and muzzle loaders are legal in Tennessee for felons.
Yes, I heard that.
Right. Yeah, they went through and named all of his charges. Okay, so I recorded it sped up because I was trying to not make the video a super long video.
Yeah.
So let me slow it down here. And this is what he was charged with.
Domestic assault, possession of a handgun while under the influence, and unlawful possession of a weapon.
So unlawful possession of a weapon and possession of a firearm while intoxicated or under the influence.
Yeah.
And domestic assault. So regardless, he got in trouble for the gun. And that's how he got in trouble, is because they told on him. He told us that. And Candace and Grandma Candy ratted him out because he had the firearm in the truck.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to put it back up here so we can get through it. And it was dropped. Lisa K, a lot of shit was dropped for Don, which makes me so mad because he got how many slaps on the wrist? He had so many charges.
Yes.
And not very many convictions, not as many convictions as he should have had.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you're driving and drinking. I have zero tolerance for that. Like, that pisses me off more than anything, I think, other than when it comes to a child. But that he should have been put in jail and convicted on that one. Like, there shouldn't have been any drop in the charges of that.
No, I agree.
Because then he did it again on a year later, almost exactly a year later. This was in October of 2020.
Yep.
October 2021, he was back in jail for another DUI.
Yep.
Freaking bullshit.
It is.
Yeah. I'm very passionate about it because, long story short, where I grew up, the house that I grew up in, there was a family that moved in across the street from us. They had 3 children. They had 2 twin boys and an older sister, an older daughter, and the two boys and their girlfriends were on their way home from a football game or some type of school event, and they got rear-ended by a drunk driver, a habitual drunk driver who did not have a driver's license at all anyway, because he had driven drunk so many freaking times, and he had already been in prison for murder, but they let him out so he could just drink and drive all the time, without a license, and they never put him back in jail or prison for it, and he ended up killing one of the twins.
Oh.
And the other twin was driving. So he held that against himself because his brother died.
Yeah.
And it wasn't his fault. It was the drunk driver who couldn't keep his ass at home when he was drinking. So I have zero tolerance.
Yeah.
There are way too many ways. If you are drinking, call an Uber, call a friend.
I agree.
Right. Yeah. Or stay where you're at.
Yep.
Yes. Mandy, will you check back chat real quick?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. No.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. I will go ahead and hit play here and then I'll...
Okay.
Okay.
Following an incident with Summer's mother.
We've worked it out. She's apologized to me. She's went to the district attorneys. She even talked to the judge and told him that she made a serious mistake. And that's the end of it.
This past April, Wells pled guilty to possession of a handgun while under the influence. The other charges were dismissed. Josh and Sarah?
Well, my wife was just left the district attorney's office with the FBI, and she passed her lie detector test, and then they told her to hurry down to the command center because they just got a tip. So we're freaking out right now. She's trying to go.
He talked with Ansley Daniel tonight and answered questions about his previous run-ins with the law.
This road here in Hawkins County was where Summer Wells was last seen 1 week ago. It's also where her father, Donald Wells, was arrested back in October over a domestic assault incident. That incident led to her mother filing an order of protection against him the following day. Tonight, Summer's father tells us that he and his wife have put that incident behind them, and all they want is for their daughter to come home safe.
That's all we can hope for is for God to produce a miracle for all the Christian folks around here because there's so many people praying.
Authorities say Summer Wells' parents have cooperated during the investigation, but according to Hawkins County court documents, this is not the first time officers were dispatched to the home on Ben Hill Road. They were there on October 14th for a domestic assault. Summer's mom, Candace Bly, told officers Donald Wells came home drunk and saw someone else in the house and believed that Bly was cheating on him.
I was in Utah, so she was thinking one thing and I was thinking another, but once we got to talk and figured things out, we smoothed it all out. I mean, we weren't on the same page, a lack of communication.
The following day,
just a lack of communication, because she had me thinking that she was over there dipping with Jose, and she thought I was in Utah dipping when I was just at my sister's house.
Yeah.
It wasn't my fault. It wasn't her fault. It wasn't anybody's fault.
No. Nope.
Not at all.
Nope. Squirrel.
We're angels. I promise. We're angels.
And we only hang around church people.
Yeah, they're just
right.
Christian folks.
Yeah. Good. Yeah.
Exactly. My goodness.
Mm-hmm.
And the nerve of anybody to say any different.
Dang it. How dare they?
That's right.
Don't we look like upstanding citizens?
That's right. Is he wearing... I don't know why that matters, but it looks like he has on some kind of sandal with a sock there.
Don?
Yeah, I don't know why that stood out to me, but that...
Oh my gosh, it does. That's gross.
Doesn't it?
It does. I can't tell, but it does look like it.
Oh my
It almost... It's
Now I
flip-flops.
He does. He does.
I cannot unsee it now.
Yeah,
He has
it's
on flip-flops with socks. Who wears socks with flip-flops?
Oh, that's too much.
Mhm. You don't have a pair of tennis shoes? Or is that tennis shoes?
I think Candace has tennis shoes on. She may be wearing his tennis shoes.
Maybe that's white and black tennis shoes. I'll
No,
try
TJ.
I'll try to be the
TJ,
devil advocate.
I am not mad at you about wearing socks with your slides. I do that
No,
too, but
that's
not with flip
different.
flops.
Yeah, it's different. Slides and flip flops are two different things.
Yes.
That's right. I have to wear socks with my slides because the bottom of my slides, they hurt the soles of my feet. So I have to wear socks with my slide.
Yeah.
And I don't mind it anyway. But not with flip flops. That's putting the sock in between your toe.
Yeah, that's just ugh.
Yeah, not flip flops. No, gross. Not
I mean,
between
unless you're wearing the toe socks now. If you got toe socks, you can wear toe socks with flip flops. But those aren't toe socks.
Exactly. Thank you, Mandy, for pointing that out.
Is everyone clear now in chat? We just want to
I'm
know.
going to see this every time I see this part. I'm going to look at his feet.
Hey, anything I can do to help, all right? You got
I can't believe
I've
you
never
caught that. That's funny.
I
Otherwise,
hate
it's
feet.
otherwise it's a white shoe with a black band across it.
No,
Yeah.
Tammy, you can see it going in between his toes.
Okay, let's see. Let's look again.
You
Okay,
can,
hold on.
Tammy. I'm sorry, but you can.
I was just trying to play devil advocate. I was just
Right there. Ooh.
Right?
Oh.
See? It's
Okay,
going down
all right.
in the toe.
With
Okay,
his
I see
white
it.
socks.
Okay.
That's too much.
Oh my goodness.
I know, TJ.
I've seen this picture 100 times, but
I
I
have
never
too.
noticed the flip flop and socks.
I
For
have
all
too.
we know, there's a little slit there where he can,
Ugh.
You
the
think he
leg.
cut his socks to make them into
Yeah,
toe socks?
That's what that's what I'm trying to say.
That's funny.
Oh, I pay attention to detail a little too much sometimes, okay?
Jesus sandals.
Right?
Oh,
TJ, she's trying. Tammy is always, she's always trying to see the bright side of things and give people credit and, God love her for it. But those are socks and flip-flops.
Yeah.
If I exhaust all things, then I can go to the other side,
Look, I'll even play it so it'll take the line and shadow off the screen here. Let me go back. All right, here we go. Let's see if is it gonna play. Hold on.
Smoothed it all out. I mean, it's just we weren't on the same page. A lack of communication.
The following day, Bly filed an order of protection against
See?
Wells. In the order, she says Wells drinks and throws things and that he was mentally
Oh,
and physically
yeah,
abusive. She said, quote, order, she
Same page. A lack.
You saw it that time, huh? Mhm.
Yeah, I saw it that time. Yeah.
Mhm.
Maybe he thinks he can horn in on making money from feet pics. Ew.
Oh, gross. Oh, now I'm gonna have nightmares myself. And
Yeah,
that's true.
TJ
At
says
least
at least the socks are white, not dingy or black. True.
that's true. They were bright white socks. I
He
will
just
give
give me
him
my best church socks. I got to put them on with my flip flop.
How much you want to
Yeah.
bet he wears new socks to church every
Yeah.
Saturday?
Yeah.
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 There's no way he can't wear his socks to work. He does a nasty, hot, sweaty job all day
Yeah.
long. There's
Yeah.
no way his socks look that white on Saturday.
No way.
Those are brand new, straight out the pack. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those didn't even come out the washer. Those came out the package.
That's
Out of the
right.
package.
That's right. He's got a special place for them. Give me, the ones that are in the package. Give me
That's
those.
right. Give me my Sabbath socks.
Give me my go to church socks. Yeah, my Sabbath socks. Give me my go to church flip flop socks.
That's right. My face hurts. Oh my gosh.
The pair on Sunday, take them off, put them up, and put them in the next thing. You're probably right, TJ. Never wash.
Probably.
Don't wash 'em.
Probably. But remember, their Sabbath is Saturday, so
Yeah.
he puts them on Saturday and then wears them through the week. And then
No,
Friday,
you're
Friday, he has to peel those puppies off, okay?
Oh. Ew.
Friday night, shower night. Come on, kids. All of you load in the shower all at the same time. Dad took his socks off.
Yes.
Ugh.
Ew.
Ugh. Candace grabbed the towels.
Now he has the whole shower to himself.
That's right. That's right. And Candace doesn't have to stand out there with the towels anymore either.
Oh, God.
Apparently, she doesn't like towels or being in the bathroom around the shower area, according to her husband. All right. Now we've had that break. Let's keep going.
Girl.
My cheeks need a rest.
Communication.
The following day, Bly filed an order of protection against Wells. In the order, she says Wells drinks and throws things and that he was mentally and physically abusive. She said, quote, I am afraid for my children and myself.
Because we were fighting, of course, people are going to tell the police whatever to get their way. We worked it out. She's apologized to me.
4 days later, Bly asked for the charges to be dismissed. Wells pleaded guilty to possession of a handgun while under the influence and turned the weapon over to the sheriff's office. The domestic assault charges and unlawful possession of a handgun were dismissed.
She's went to the district attorneys. She even talked to the judge and told him that she made a serious mistake. And that's the end of it. She didn't get hurt, and I never hurt nobody.
After a full
She made a serious mistake, not just a mistake. It was a serious mistake, okay?
Yeah.
Because she lied to law enforcement to get what she wanted, or to make it sound, I forget how he worded it, but I'm sorry. Anytime I've ever spoken to law enforcement, I've never fabricated a story.
No.
To get my husband arrested. But we'll go with that.
I don't think she did fabricate it. I'm pretty sure.
I agree. I think she told the truth. I think he was honest. I think he's the one that's a little bit full of shit. But
she can't live without him because he buys her. I mean, he takes care of them.
Right. He makes the money. Is it too fast? Do you want me to slow it down? I know when the news reporters are talking, it seems like it goes a little bit fast.
It's good for me. What about you, Allie? You want it slowed down?
No, it's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about chat? Y'all okay with it?
I think everybody can hear it pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay. I noticed that when the volume keeps changing, when the reporters are talking, it's like super loud in my ear, but then when Dawn is talking, it's like super quiet. So, okay, we'll keep going. Yes, all good. All right. Thank you.
Full week of searching and still no sign of his little girl. Wells cherishes the last time he saw her.
The night before, she asked me to hold her hand where she could twirl. She loved to do that. And that's the last time I really got to spend time with her.
As of now, no one has been named as a person of interest, and it's still unclear about what happened to the little girl. But her father and authorities say they aren't stopping until Summer comes home. In the Beach Creek community,
He told us the police have to rule out all suspects, including himself.
Well, I think that they have to do that. They can't rule out anybody. I mean, it's their job is to rule out everybody. They're just doing their job, what they got to do, and everybody welcomes them to do their job, for sure. We really appreciate what they've done.
Shoot, I was muted. This is out of order, but this is June 21st, 2021. So the last phone call that we listened to, I think, was from June 28th. No, June 22nd. I have part of the phone call from June 21st up here. So this might be a duplicate. If it is, I'll skip through. Oh yeah, see, it is. It's a duplicate. I stopped recording. Okay. Stop it. So I'm going to skip forward to the next one, which is, see, I put duplicate of Dawn's interview with Times News 6/21/21, stopped when I realized it. So this one is J is for Justice phone call interview with Dawn on July 11th, 2021. And I skipped over 2 interviews that Jay did. So I put those in part 2 so that they were here. They're just out of order.
Yeah.
So, and then the next thing is the deleted Facebook posts.
Those are real interesting.
Yes. That's why I was so glad that the channel, I need to go back and see if she's even still on YouTube. Twisted True Cindy was the channel who got those, thankfully.
Oh, okay.
So, all right. So this is in July. So this is before, look, I keep having to go back down here. July 11th. This is before the boys were removed.
Okay. How's it going at work?
Well, I just decided I'm not going to let Satan win, so I went back to work.
Good for you.
I made that up in my mind, you know. So
Yeah, good for you.
instead of letting him keep me down, I was, yeah,
Yeah, is social media getting kind of crazy?
yes, very.
Have you like thought about putting your stuff on private so people leave you alone?
Well, yeah, I thought about it, but I don't. It's about Summer. It's not about me.
I get it.
They say all they want about me, you know.
I get it. I get
My
it.
life's tore up, but as far as I'm concerned, they can say anything they want.
There's a couple things that are being said on YouTube that's kind of bothering me. And I wanted to know from you if I could set those things straight and ask you about those. The first thing is about a life insurance policy.
No, there's none.
There's
we
no.
Can't we can't even afford regular insurance for our kids, like dental or anything like that.
Yeah, there's a YouTuber that's saying they know for a fact that there was a policy taken out on Summer by you. Yes, by you guys 2 months prior.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, see the stuff that's being said is just, and that's why I hear it, and I'm like, I'm just gonna call you and ask you because it's irritating to see all that, and it's
really
misdirecting, you know, the search for Summer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
So absolutely, there's no life insurance policy.
No.
Thanks for clearing that up. And then also,
and there was never any proof that they had a life insurance policy on Summer. There had been talks of a couple different policies. There had been talks of Summer inheriting land when an adult passed away. Like all of that was just content.
Yeah. I remember. I forgot about the land thing, but because that was a while ago. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
And I think that that's why I'm so careful with Sebastian's stuff, because we know that, you know, creators make up bullshit just so that they have content and they have the breaking news to get the views and the money. And because we watched it all happen in Summer's case.
Teresa has a question. She said, I don't want to miss it because she said she may not see the next live. So I may not see your next live. So can you please answer this question? Who do you think said no when the video was made of Summer on the milk?
Grandma Candy.
I agree.
Teresa, I actually have 2 videos. I'm going to drop this playlist in the chat here. Those are all the videos that I made of Summer's case. There's three videos, actually, I think, about, no, I'm lying. There's 4 videos about Summer on the milk. The very first one, I compared Grandma Candy's voice in an older interview about Rose to the no, and it sounds identical. Then I reviewed the milk video. Then I made a correction because on the milk video, I thought Candace had a bite mark on her forearm, and it turned out to be a Playboy bunny tattoo. So I made a correction on that. It was so blurry. I promise it was so blurry in the video. It looked like a bite mark. And I even asked my mom, who's a nurse, you know, I was like, look at this. What do you think this is? So I went that detailed to find out for sure. So I made the correction. And then the fourth one is an even more detailed review. Like I dissected Summer on the milk, and I compared the accidental video to the picture that was taken and pointed out tons of things between the two. So scroll through that playlist, and the video should be in there where I compared Candace's or Grandma Candy's voice to that no in the video.
Hey, while we're paused, can I do a correction? I was talking about the red truck earlier. The red truck, the S10 red truck that Dawn saw, it belonged to Dewey Lemons. And he's the one that wrecked. And that's the one Dawn got the picture of.
Gotcha. Okay.
Tony Hammond was driving the red truck. He was down on Skyland Drive. And so it was two different trucks. I apologize.
Well, it's no wonder you get them mixed up. It seems there's a lot of red trucks. Yeah. Let's see what Lisa says. She lied about the broken thumb and called the cops. Did you read that report? The cops knew that was bullshit and caught her lying.
Yeah, because they said that she put on her shoes or tied her shoe or something. I don't think that was that report shown, Lisa. Did you see the report on the screen? I don't think that we had that report.
Teresa, you are so welcome. Thank you for watching the live. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for being here.
See,
I remember that happening, but I don't think we've gotten to that incident yet, have we?
No, I don't think so. No, because we talk about the lie detector test, and then they talk again about Summer, what they think happened to her. And then we got the Facebook post, and then Robin the vigil and stuff. I don't think that's in this one.
I didn't think so. And I don't even remember what month and year that one happened in, but I remember her calling him out and saying that he broke her thumb, and she was trying to baby her thumb at first, but then later she was smoking a cigarette, flicking it just fine. And something about her shoe, she had put her shoe on or tied her shoe or something along those lines also. So they pointed out that she was lying. Her thumb was just fine. I think that might have been in January of 2022. I don't know why that date just popped in my mind, but I had forgotten about the incident.
Yeah.
But I'm sure we'll cover it in either part 12.
There was a lot of people trying to say it was Hunter for a long time that said no.
Yeah.
In the video, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's been a lot of debate about the no. But it sounds just like Grandma Candy to me when I went back and listened to, and that was before Grandma Candy had spoken with the news and said, and Candy took Summer swimming at Warriors, I think. It was way before that. So we hadn't had very much of Grandma Candy on the news or, any videos. So I had gone back to where she was talking about Rose during a news report and compared them. Yeah, Mimi Jean thought it was Allie. Yeah. I think everybody was blamed for that.
Yeah.
For that no.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So no life insurance policy has ever come to light. So Dawn was telling the truth here. The rumors were false.
Yeah.
All right. Let's keep rolling.
Okay, so he clearly... Wait, hold on.
I tried to cut out her commentary because she played the phone call and then she did commentary on her own phone call also. So I tried to cut out her commentary and only play the phone call. So if you hear random words in there, that's why.
Thank you for
They're
that.
talking about, Rose's daughter. that went missing.
Yeah.
Oh,
you mean Rosie? I mean,
thing.
yeah.
We're clearing that up. And then also they're talking about, Rose's daughter that went missing.
Yeah.
Oh,
you mean Rosie? I mean, that's Candace's mother. That's Candace's sister.
yeah. Rose is the sister. I'm sorry.
Right.
Yeah, they're saying that there was also a life insurance policy on her that grandma had taken out, and they're trying to connect the two. And I know law enforcement has specifically said there is no connection whatsoever between her and Summer disappearing. So that's another thing that I would like to clear up, that thousands of people are watching these videos and they believe it. Yeah. And I want to be here to kind of clear that up, to keep the focus where it should be.
Right. Yeah, for sure. It's absolutely crazy. And then too, the FBI called me, or the TBI called me and said that somebody set up a YouTube account in my name and called some woman and told them that I buried her. Facebooked her and said I buried her body on a lake. So they was out there for hours searching for her body.
You have got
and I was in church. They couldn't get a hold of me. So when I did get hold of them, they asked me, and I said, no, I would never do anything like that.
These people need to stop. They need to stop.
Yeah.
So they were searching out there because they thought it was actually you that made the account?
Right. Yes.
Good Lord.
That's the incident that Don blamed for him drinking and losing the boys.
Oh,
okay.
He said
Yeah.
that's the reason he lost him.
Yeah, because Jay called him about the boys too, and Jay was really good about that. And like anytime that there were rumors going on, she would just call Don and be like, look, hate to bother you, but is this true? Is that true? And so she helped squash some things, getting it straight from his mouth, for what you believe of that. But, so yeah, right after the boys had been taken, it was rumored that they had been taken. And so she called him, and I believe that I have that in here somewhere too. It's probably in part 2 also. But she called and said that there was a rumor that the boys were taken, and he said, yeah, they were. And he said, well, I freaked out. He said, somebody called somebody told me that they told TBI that I buried Summer by a lake, and they believed them, or I believed them, and I freaked out and I started drinking. And so that's why the boys were taken.
Mm.
That was his first story. That was his very first story of why the boys were removed. Then later, it turned into they kidnapped the boys. Then it was he gave the boys to CPS because it wasn't safe on the hill anymore, because all the dang psychics and YouTubers that kept coming up there.
Yeah.
So he got the boys, in a safe space, because he's an angel. I mean, come on. So there's been many different reasons, according to Don, why the boys were not in their care anymore.
Yeah.
But that was the very first one, was he believed that story, that somebody made a fake account and called TBI and said that he killed Summer and buried her by a lake. And they went out there and checked the lake.
But we know that's not true.
Right. Hi, Justice for you. So, yeah, and I don't remember hearing about law enforcement searching on a Saturday, digging up a lake anywhere.
I don't remember that either.
I never heard that.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah. So I don't know if that part's true or not, but I mean, I'll go back and play what he said again, because it's kind of confusing a little bit, the way that he fumbled through the words. Okay, right here. And I'll go ahead and put it on normal speed, because I recorded it on faster speed, and play this part, and then I'll speed it back up.
It's absolutely crazy. And then too, the FBI called me, or the TBI called me and said that somebody set up a YouTube account in my name and called some woman and told them that I buried her. Facebooked her and said I buried her body on a lake. So they was out there for hours searching for her body.
You have got
and I was in church. They couldn't get a hold of me. So when I did get hold of them, they asked me, and I said, no, I would never do anything like that.
These people need to stop. They need to stop.
Yeah.
So they were searching out there because they thought it was actually you that made the account?
Right. Yes.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
So are they looking into who made that account?
I hope they are.
Yeah, me too. They need to be
Just
prosecuted.
They're just wasting the police's time.
Absolutely.
And another little girl got gone in Elizabethton, 14 years old. And I'm sure many others that I haven't heard about yet.
Yeah. I saw your friend from church went on a YouTube. The guy, David is his name?
David Dodson, yeah.
Yeah, David, what a nice guy.
Yeah.
What a nice guy. He was talking about something about a red truck that was found without the plates or something.
That one didn't have anything to do with anything.
Oh, it didn't?
That was just, yeah.
But was it your neighbor's truck?
No. Yeah.
But was it your neighbor's truck?
No, my neighbor has a truck. It's a Dodge, but it has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, okay. So the Toyota Tacoma is something totally separate that they're
Right.
with the buckets and the ladder rack?
That picture is not the truck, but somebody's seen a truck like it parked at the bottom of my driveway.
On that day?
That's strictly from TBI, and that's just hearsay. Somebody's seen it.
Oh, that's
parked
it.
at the bottom of our driveway around the time Summer got gone.
And that's really the only eyewitness tip, isn't it?
Yeah, we haven't heard. Yeah, that's it. So absolutely.
Gosh, Don, I'm so sorry for everything you guys are going through.
Yeah.
I mean, I can just tell you're devastated.
Oh
yeah. Yeah.
Stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Because I sent him the Nerf guns and it was delayed by Amazon, and I was like, it's probably because of where you live. It probably takes a little extra to get up there. So I'm glad they got them.
Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. You're very welcome.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure you got
They
it.
love the shoes and everything.
Well, those didn't come from me, so I don't know who those are from, but
So this was after I think they were asking for the donations for the boys and stuff.
Yeah.
And Jay had ordered the Nerf guns from Amazon and had them shipped there. And then the shoes, whoever sent the shoes. That's what they're talking about here. I'm not sure why it cut out that center part, but
I want to say hi to Women's Warrior, who's here. She came in. Justice for You. Miss Justice came in. Did I miss anybody that just? I had like 2 or 3 just come in. I want to make sure I try to say hi. I think that's it.
I saw that, and I agree with Justice for You. It's all a game to Dawn and Candace.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Right. That's what I'm saying. He sounds devastated. Yeah.
Yeah. Fake outrage. Yeah, well, you know. Some people are good actors.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Justice, Justice, and Justice.
Right? Lots of justice just came in the chat.
TJ just hit it all. So if I get justice in there, I get it right.
That's right.
Hello, Woman's Warrior.
Thanks for being here. We appreciate it. Oh, that's cool.
I saw you guys must have come in together. You might have been chatting up before you came in the chat because I saw you say, fancy seating you here.
That's right.
Tammy and I have done that a couple times.
We have. This is true, Mimi. We do need justice. That's right. You can't have too much of that, can you?
Absolutely. And Summer definitely needs justice.
She does. It's been too long. It's been too long.
Oh, you were at another live together. Well, see, but you were talking before you came into the chat. So that's awesome. I'm glad you guys came over. Okay. So we're listening to a phone call from July 11th, which it's out of chronological order, but it's here. So we're listening to it from when when Jay called Dawn to clear up a few rumors. Okay, you ready? I'm going to put it back on regular speed here, too.
Send them the Nerf guns. 3 Nerf guns.
Nerf guns. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
So I don't know who else sent stuff, but yeah, I just wanted to make sure you received them.
Appreciate it.
Oh, you're very welcome, Don.
Yeah,
But
it's just like these kids are disappearing, and there's without a trace.
I know it. I know it.
So evil is abounding in our country. I don't know.
Okay.
I think it was like a few weeks ago, Candace had posted, "I'm just going to leave this here," which is a photo of her former friend and Peaches, her son.
Do what?
Everybody's clipping that side eye of her.
I know. Well, that was, I think, one of the best pictures of her at that time because she'd only had one interview. So,
yeah.
But it's classic. Duh, huh? What?
Right?
I can't believe you just said that.
Yeah.
We weren't supposed to talk about that, Dawn. We talked about this before we came outside, Donnie. What are you doing?
It's kind of like the pea-foot man over there looking at CP the way when she's talking, KP the way she's talking.
Yeah.
It's the looks he gives her is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
Ooh, yeah.
He did some good ones.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what, tonight on that interview, she made a comment about spreading like awareness, basically, is what she was going for. But she said, just keep spreading him, or just spread him. And Chris reached out and grabbed her hand so quick.
I
was
wow.
Oh,
yeah,
that wasn't good.
Yeah, because he's wanting her to stop talking.
Yeah.
There's a reason why she hasn't been, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Almost 9 months of silence from her.
Yeah. Who does that?
Yeah.
That's just wrong.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden you want us to
believe you? Her timeline even changed.
Yeah.
Did it?
Yesterday's. I'm like, no, ma'am.
Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Driving around at 6:30 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, she said it took her 1 minute to look. She got up at 6. 1 minute to look after trying to wake him up. He wasn't there. And she was in her car at 6:03 on the phone with her husband.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. First of all, there ain't 3 minutes long enough for her to do all the things.
No.
Mm-mm.
And that house is big. She didn't, it'd take her more than a minute to go through that house.
Exactly. I don't even think she had to get dressed. I think she was still dressed from the night before, if you ask me.
That's what yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys know if CPS was coming back to Don's house? Don states they closed the case. I don't believe that. Do you mean when the boys first left? Is that what you're asking?
No, Teresa's asking about, remember Dawn said on Monday, June 14th, that CPS had been there and they were closing the case. And then the next day his daughter vanishes, air quotes.
Yeah.
And that's what she's referring to.
Okay.
They can't legally close a case immediately. It has to stay open for 30 days. Anytime they get a call, it has to stay open for 30 days just to make sure that nothing else comes through. Then it's closed after 30 days and it stays on file for 6 months. So just in case something else might come through in that time frame.
Lolly, was you a spicy jalapeno today in your life?
Oh, I was. I was not liking.
DJ said you was a spicy jalapeno today.
I tell you, it was making me mad.
I know.
You know, she was like talking about all the misinformation. I was like, oh, no, ma'am, you're the one that's throwing that shit out.
So you played the interview in your live today, too?
It was a members live. and
Oh,
it
okay.
came
I
on
think I'm
while we were doing that, and I was so mad. But
I'll
I
have to
had
go back and
played
watch it.
the other one.
Well,
But I also talked about, yeah, go back and watch it, Mandy, because there was a thing about the Texas Roadhouse in the green hoodie, and you will be very surprised what I found.
Uh-oh.
So
and she says when we are going to keep searching, we're never going to give up. I'm like, when did you start?
Exactly.
I'm like,
Well,
have you started looking at all?
Yeah.
no,
I'm
don't.
making a video about the article from yesterday, not the news clip, but the article, because everybody played the news clip. So I was like, well, I'll try to switch it up and do a little bit different and do the article. So I'm only 10 minutes into the video, and it's about a 30-minute video because they take forever to edit. But so I read the article and I stopped right there at the title. No, I stopped in the first paragraph because it said that Sebastian had a magical smile. And I said, this is going to be so hard for me to just read and not add my commentary to. So I'm just going to add commentary, and it's just going to be a longer video. Sorry. So I
Yeah.
scrolled back up and I was like, let's start right here. Okay. Let's read this title. And it says, "We will not stop searching, mother of missing
Yeah.
child after 1 year," or whatever. And I was like, you're never going to stop?
Never
Yeah,
started.
that's what I said. You got to get up off the couch first.
Yeah.
Yeah. When did you start? Because I
Yeah.
must have missed that part. So then I
Yeah.
went down to the magical smile part, and I said, this, I absolutely agree with this. Sebastian does have a magical smile. But when Chris and Katie talk about him, he has a goofy smile.
Exactly. Everything that they brought up.
Yep.
You know, like right here, Women's Warrior said,
Yep.
the mix up of information about how Sebastian is high functioning, but everyone was misinformed. Well, that was by them.
Yeah.
Right.
They're the ones that put out stuff that made you think that he couldn't function hardly. And
Right.
he was too embarrassing to take anywhere in public. And
Yeah.
all we saw was pictures of him when he was young.
Yep. He was
I even
small. He
showed,
was young in mind.
yes. And it
It
was
was their
like,
fault. Yeah.
every bit of it was. There was the Fox News interview, and I showed the pictures they had up there. They were asked to give 5 pictures. One of those
Those
did
weren't even
not
him.
even have Sebastian in it.
Yes, I screenshot those because I was pissed. I was like,
I'm like,
who is this?
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And how do we get misinformed? By their stupidness. It's just wrong.
Yep.
It is
There's
so
a reason that people think, I mean, they want you to think that he can't go to the bathroom on his own. He doesn't take a bath. You know,
Well,
he doesn't clean himself. He gets up in the middle of the night and eats snacks.
he can't go to the bathroom by himself, Tammy, because according to Mr. Chris, he likes to pee in his pants and defecate in his pants.
Right.
He likes to.
Yeah. So the misinformation was given by them. It's not the YouTubers.
Because they didn't happen to tell that when he goes to his father's house, he did not do that.
Right.
He stayed in his underwear. And it pissed Mr. Chris off so much, he gave Seth every pair of underwear the kid had.
Yep. And then after he said that, he said, we told him, because he likes to do these things while he's at school. And, we told him, you better figure this out or you're going in diapers or pull-ups, whichever word he used, which is cringe to me anyway. But telling a child who you think enjoys wetting himself.
Right.
Yeah. Show me one kid that does.
Right.
And
a 15-year-old.
Yeah. And instead of finding out why that started, they knew what was going on because they were the one doing it to him.
Yep.
And they know his past of what happened to him when he was in their care in California.
Yes.
Yep.
And if they don't know that that's a side effect or a sign or, a trauma I'm not thinking of the correct word. A follow-up from that incident of happening.
Yes.
Then they need more education on what happened to their child.
Yeah. Yeah. They know.
I'm
They don't
so mad
care.
I can't even think straight. That makes me
Oh, I
so
know. I got super
mad.
pissed today, and the one we listened to, I'm like, no, they're sitting there, and just like Woman Warrior said, she appeared to have covered everything we have pointed out that they've done wrong through the whole
Yeah.
case.
Yeah. Yeah, everything we've done wrong.
Yeah, it's a little too late to go back and correct yourself.
Yeah.
And to begin with, the truth never changes.
Mm-mm.
There should never be any change, ever.
Right.
Nope.
And that's one thing I'll give to Don and Candace. They never strayed from their script.
They
No.
really did not, did
No.
they?
Nope.
Yeah, they never did.
Mandy, here's a message for you.
What's that one? Hey, Saved by Grace.
Mandy,
From
I'm
Women's.
Oh,
Yep.
Woman's Warrior, yes. Summer's
Yeah.
case was 3 years long.
Mm-hmm.
It's still going. It's almost 4 years.
Yep, almost 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I said thank you in the chat because I was getting heated and I was like, I better say thank you so I don't keep going and forget, or because I appreciate that. That's really kind of you to say.
Yeah.
Summer's case was the second major case that Summer grabbed my heart. Boys got me, and I covered other cases in between there, but for whatever reason, the West Boys, Summer and Sebastian and Michael Monkey Vaughn have just they have stolen my heart like no others,
Yeah.
So I followed Summer's case from almost the beginning as she
Yep.
woke me up in my dream.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Yeah.
Good night, Mimi
So,
Jean.
good night, Mimi Jean. And hi, Bobby Ray.
Hi, Bobby Ray. Yep. Well, I knew when I started my channel that I wanted to start with Summer, even though, it's been a while. Summer was besides the Watts case, Summer was my first case.
Right.
I started my channel. It was, I don't know, probably 8 or 9 months into Summer's case, but it was like I had things I wanted to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like, okay, I'm just going to do my own channel.
Yeah. Yeah. And see, when I was doing Summer's case before, I was with Cher.
Yes.
And I was on her channel, so I didn't have any stuff built up like Cher and Mandy have because we didn't have a channel. So when I started this one, Mandy's like, "Oh, I got all kinds of stuff," and Cher did too. So
yeah, they got you.
Yeah, they got me.
Yeah.
I Saved by Grace. Been here listening, trying to fall asleep. Keep up the great work, ladies. Thank you. We will. I'm behind. I'm trying to go through here.
When I started my channel, I started Spirit Seeker Squad as a paranormal channel because I had my art channel and I started doing paranormal investigations on my art channel. And so I was like, I want to do it separately. So, because art and paranormal are just not two genres that you usually find together, And so I started Spirit Seeker Squad. And then the very first month that I started the channel, the West Boys case popped up in my feed. And I immediately got sucked in. I mean, immediately. As soon as I saw those boys' faces and I heard the parents come out on their interview, the one and only that they did, I felt my passion just go straight towards it. And I was like, okay, this is going to take a twist, but we're going to add true crime to this paranormal also. And, so I started doing the facts of the true crime and then doing spirit box sessions. And then later on, I found out that I had the psychic abilities. And so then I started adding more of that into it also, but still keeping the two separate. The facts are separate from the paranormal stuff. So,
That's why I did this channel, because I wanted it separate from my tarot channel.
Right.
So,
Which I just dropped the link in the chat. Make sure you go subscribe to Tammy's Tarot channel also. She's almost at 1,000 subscribers, okay?
yay. Yeah. I've had
We're
that
gonna
channel
get
for almost 4 years.
But we're pushing it now. We're advertising for you now.
Yeah, my first case was the Watts case too.
I never followed I followed it, but I didn't follow it, not like true crime follow.
Yeah.
I just kind of knew what was going on, and I knew what had happened, and I knew what that monster had done to his family. And so there was a little paranormal in that case too.
Yeah. I'll be back. Nice chat. Thank you for welcoming me. Prayers to you all. Thank you, Justice, for you. Thank you for coming. That's how I met Sherry. Yep. Me too. Okay. Baby crying, can't unmute. I'll play when you're ready. Go ahead. You can, if you can hear us.
She posted this also. That's the one where she was all over that guy on a YouTube video. And someone said, this is Candace trying to prove that it wasn't her on the bed. This is Allison, which is H's mom, and the guy, Jose. And then Donald Wells said, everybody already knows Allison's a notorious liar. Who cares? Someone asked Candace, do you think these people are involved with Summer's disappearance? And Candace replied, I don't know. Now today, Donald Wells posted, why did Hunter's family suddenly turn on us after Summer's disappearance? Then he posted a picture of Peaches with his friends and said, Hunter in his new role about the time he was charged for trying to pull a woman out of her car with a baby in the back. Thank goodness she fought back. This happened back in January approximately. We have done nothing but try to be good to this family and try to help them. In John somewhere, he says, if they are commandment keepers, invite them into your home. If not, well, you know the rest. May God bless all who seek him.
Do you guys remember that story that Dawn told about Hunter?
Yes.
Yes.
Did we ever find out if there was any truth to that at all?
It was. It was.
Okay.
And that's what he went to juvie for.
Before or after Summer?
It was before, I believe. It was before.
Okay. I wasn't for sure because I remember him saying that. I had forgotten about it, but I remember him saying I just didn't follow up on it to see if there was any truth to it because, he was a minor and I knew it'd be hard to try to find out. So
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
But he's grown now, right? I mean, he's yeah.
He's a daddy by now.
Well, we don't know because the whole twins pregnancy thing, I think, was just a ploy to get views.
Yeah. But that one live he did with his dad, with the fake, the whole fake here's his Cash App. They need money for his mom. Before Allie died, that girl looked pregnant, but she could have had a pillow up under there.
Yeah.
So who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he has any kids or not, but I heard that the whole pregnancy schmeal was just a schmeal.
Yeah. I don't know, but look who raised the kid. He had no chance.
Yeah.
Right. Unfortunately. And that's sad because there were three strong females in his life. You know, he had his mom, his grandma, and his great grandma.
Yep.
And he was failed. Oh, okay, wait. She is pregnant now. So she wasn't pregnant then, but she is now. Because Lisa said they had a gender reveal party and posted a bunch of photos of the ultrasound.
She can't still be pregnant. That was
right.
a good while ago.
Right. So that's what I'm thinking, that
she's just
unless
recently pregnant then, I guess. Or not
Right.
recently, but
she's currently pregnant, Lisa. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because that was a while back. That was back before Allie passed away. So
Yeah.
And one thing that made me believe that it was fake was because never once did he say, I wish my mom could meet my baby or babies, or, you know, he never said anything like that when Allie was
Yes.
in the hospital.
Yes. Now, Lisa says yes now. She wasn't before. Okay.
Okay. All right. That's what I figured. Well, I wish them well. Wish them the
Right.
best. I hope that they learned from what they lived.
Yeah.
Don't use the excuse of their childhood to be shitty parents.
That's right.
Exactly.
All right.
So I think that anyone who's been following Summer Wells' disappearance is a little bit baffled by some of the Facebook posts. And of course, you're going to look on Facebook because you're researching. I feel like the focus is now shifting somewhat off of Summer and just turning into drama. It's just sad. Let's take a look back at some of the comments and posts made by Donald, Candace, and his Facebook friends.
Well, I'm going to play it for you.
I guess, we're coming up on a very sad milestone tomorrow, which will be in the fourth week. Basically a month since Summer went missing. And I just wanted to check in with you all and see, if there have been any new developments or anything that changed.
Nothing.
No.
That's real discouraging. Only God can turn this around at this point.
How is your family coping?
No, my wife ain't doing too good. She's not doing too good at all. She's pretty upset.
How is your family coping?
No, my wife ain't doing too good. She's not doing too good at all. She's pretty upset.
I can imagine. Is she needing help or anything, or?
No, just kind of some anger issues, and all this stuff on social media is just.
I know that's out of line. That stuff's out of line.
He just said she has some anger issues.
Yeah.
I would too if I lived with him.
Right?
TJ. TJ, are you watching us on the TV? not on your computer. So you got a big shot of it then, didn't you?
I'm pretty sure that's why I skipped back. I didn't skip back because of what he said. I skipped back because I wanted to get a screenshot of that. Pretty sure.
65 inch.
Oh my gosh. She's going to have nightmares now too.
Nice. So it looked like a 65-inch boob. Okay.
Right. About life size.
Right.
Candace was standing in your living room.
I make a bleach smile.
Oh, that's funny.
Lolly and I are going to have nightmares about Dawn's socks and flip-flops.
Yes. Oh my God.
Nightmares about the tank top.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, my goodness. Oh.
Fashion they do not have.
No.
That's for sure. Oh, my goodness. Okay, I'm going to go back. I want to hear him say she has anger issues one more time.
And all this stuff on social media is just.
I know that's out of line. That stuff's out of line. Way out of line.
I didn't.
Just kind of some anger issues and and all this stuff on the social media is just
That's out of line. That's out of line. Way out of line.
yeah.
How are your kids doing?
They're coping with it okay. They're doing okay.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not. I mean, I'm upset. I've just made the decision. I made up my mind not to let Satan win.
How do you do that? What steps do you take personally?
To not let Satan win?
Yeah.
Not let him get.
There's one of the public pictures of Summer holding herself.
Yeah, bless her heart. She does that a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But isn't she cute, though?
She is so adorable. And there are other pictures that were taken of the same day. Her little hair in the pigtail or ponytail and her Paw Patrol shirt. And she's so cute. And there's other pictures with her brothers or her by herself. But this one, why post this one?
I know it. Because it was nothing to them. It didn't mean anything.
Nope.
They didn't see it as any problem, issue, or anything. That's what I come to the conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that makes me so sad.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, who's Nate?
Yeah.
So you see,
Who is
Lisa said here. So Candace was born with anger issues. She's tried to kill every member of her family. She stabbed her principal, was always fighting kids, and punched Nate in the face. I don't know who Nate is, but that's pretty eventful, which that probably explains her criminal history, which we just started getting into in my timeline on my live stream.
Yep.
Or Chapstick's timeline on my live stream.
Yeah. Because we won't get into that tonight here.
Right.
Oh, Margie's husband. Gotcha.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh. Okay, and Margie is Don's oldest daughter, with Pam, his previous wife.
Okay. So there's a police report on that.
Lord have mercy.
So it'll be in the timeline then.
Mm-hmm.
Goodness gracious. All right. I think, let's see, 127.50. I wanted to look at the date of this one. So this one is from July 12th. And then I went back to the 13-day interview because I don't know why, but Dawn said what to Candace? And so I rewound it a couple times there. There's 15 seconds of that. And then we have more of Dawn's Facebook post. But let's see, 126. So we have about 10 more minutes of this phone call here. Tammy, do you want to finish out this phone call and then wrap this one up, or do you want me to stop here since?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. We finish it up.
Okay.
Mama, not to, I mean, I could be down and not go back to work and let it affect me in every way, but I can't do that.
Well, you still got a family to raise also, I guess, too, don't you?
So I still got to move forward. I still got to go to work. I still got to try, even though I miss her and wish to God it was away, but we live in an evil world. I mean, I ain't the first one, to lose a family member, or all kind of tragedies been happening since the beginning of this creation. There's been all kind of bad stuff going on. It does seem kind of like a bad dream or whatever. Yeah, it does. And my memories with Summer and everything, that's what kills me, because we had such a great love for each other. She loved me, and I don't know why I've never had someone love me that much in my life. And so it's been awesome, between me and her. And so it's killed me since she's been gone. It's just, at first it was just so horrific knowing that someone abducted her and the cops are looking all around her house, knowing that she's not there. It's like you just talking to yourself. This ain't doing no good.
Candace looks rough.
I wish the police would have blocked off both ends.
You didn't have to stop it. She looked rough.
She did.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I'm telling you, their mugshot array that I made.
What is he doing there? Is he?
That's his mugshot.
Yeah, but can he? No, but I
Dawn.
mean, can he not open his eyes? Is he drunk
Right.
or is he sleeping? What is he doing?
I'm pretty sure that was when he was intoxicated. I'm pretty sure that was a DUI charge night.
Okay.
Yep. And he looks so old.
He does. He looks old there.
And I don't
Yes.
think that he looks that old normally, but for whatever reason.
Yeah.
It's because he doesn't have any facial hair. I mean, he doesn't have a. No, his face looks different.
Yeah. There's a few different pictures. Remember the one of him and Candace and Summer where he's in the back and he has his arm around him?
Yes, that's scary looking.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That
He looked
is
older than his father in that one.
Yes.
Yeah.
I hate that picture. I don't like to look at it.
Yeah, me either. And I didn't realize the picture before this one where Summer was sitting on Candace's lap. I didn't realize that it was in here uncovered like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back and add a blur onto that. Let me write down the timestamp. Because it's not my video. I just screen recorded it from somebody else's, but I try to blur anything. 129:16, so just before that.
Okay, Lisa K. I'll check it out. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
The Beach Creek and everything else, and kept it contained in our area because I'm sure she's hundreds of miles away.
How would he know that?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure she's hundreds of miles away.
Yeah. How would he know that?
Kept it contained in our area because I'm sure she's hundreds of miles away. I can't blame them or whatever, but I'm upset. I'm really upset, but it's too little, too late now.
I guess this is probably, I don't know if this is something that has been on your family's mind, but you've got to kind of move on with the business of living. And I guess one of the things is your kids have to go back to school. And I was wondering if y'all had given any thought to that, and if that's going to be if that's something that's going to be hard to do to take them back to school.
Well, I mean, I don't know why, but they're dealing with it okay more than me. They're doing a lot better than me and Candace are. Mm-hmm. Not why that is, but
TJ, he was talking about, I can't blame them, meaning the way that law enforcement did their 5-mile radius search around the property.
Yeah.
Because he knows she's hundreds of miles away.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's not close.
He can't blame them for looking in the wrong place.
He could tell them the truth. But, he's just not going to blame them.
Right. You're right.
Ridiculous. And then he says here, and they go back and forth, because remember when Candace said on their day 13, June 28th, that the boys wake up crying every morning, and it's so hard as a mother to see your kids cry.
Mm-hmm. Well, I will say this, that when they were taken, I've been told they had very serious mental problems dealing with Summer going missing. That was never addressed. They couldn't talk about it. Nothing. They just had to bottle it up.
That don't surprise me.
Isn't that sad?
It is sad.
You mean after they were removed, or while they were still with Dawn and Candace?
While they were still with Dawn and Candace.
Okay,
it was
because
not allowed to talk about. But afterwards, they all got counseling.
Okay, because I remember when Dawn said that there was a gag order and he wasn't allowed to talk to his boys about Summer, and he snuck and tried to talk to Josie about Summer. So
Yes.
that's why I was wondering if it was before or after.
It was because that gag order was in place because they were trying to ask the boys what they've told.
Yeah, because they wanted to gaslight him and make sure they told the gaslit story.
Exactly. And they had that gag order put in place real fast, is what I was told. But one of them, the youngest, had to stay in therapy a lot longer. And last I heard, he was still going because him and Summer were so close.
Well, and that's the one that Don said he felt guilty. And he said if I would have gone down there with her, she'd still be here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And he also said the reporter asked him in one of the interviews how the boys were doing. And he's like, well, they're going to therapy, but they come and get them and take them. Or they're going to, he didn't say therapy, he called it something else. They're going to counseling, but they come and get them and take them and bring them back. That was before they left. It was in one of the interviews on here.
Gotcha. I heard there was not anything mentioned of Summer. They were not allowed to talk about her. That was per Dawn and Candace.
Yeah.
Is what I was told.
Probably when they were there and they were going like he said, that's
Maybe.
probably when he was questioning them and asking them what they were saying, and that's probably how it come to that gag order.
I don't know, but I know the family they're with, they are very lucky. Those boys are very lucky. That family packed up and moved because they were afraid Candace had figured out where they were.
They have all three of them.
Yes. They're all three together.
Good. Very good.
They've all had therapy. They've had tutoring because they were so behind in school. They're all caught up now. The boys are in sports. They're just doing great.
That's awesome. I'm so glad.
Yes.
Me too. That's amazing. And I'll keep saying it. Summer saved her brothers.
Yeah.
She really did.
The gag order was they couldn't talk about Summer. Period. At all.
Nobody could talk about the case at all, about the boys. Dawn wasn't allowed to talk. Dawn and Candace were not allowed to talk about Summer with the boys because I remember he said it when he was drunk. He was on Molly Golightly's panel. It was Halloween night because he kept saying, you know, how crazy is that? I can't talk to my own boys about their sister.
Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
Yep.
So he said that's when he admitted that he snuck off and tried to talk to Josie about him and or about her. And, you know, people were like, you just admitted to breaking the gag order. Good job. You know?
Yeah. But he can't even do that anymore because he don't even know where they're at.
Right. Well, yeah, they lost all their rights.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, if they wanted the boys back, why wouldn't they have done what they were supposed to do to get them? Why would they go and try to take them now? You know, like, that's a felony. That's a kidnapping charge, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
Freaking ignorant fools.
Once again, doesn't surprise me.
Right. Okay, let's keep rolling.
I don't know. Because when I was in school, one of my guys, one of the kids that was in school with us, bought his son a shotgun, and somehow it accidentally went off and killed his dad right in front of him. And we never did see that kid back in school again. But that was his daddy, though. There's a difference, you know, I guess. But I mean, maybe my kids are looking at it like, well, maybe God will bring her back, or I don't know. But statistically speaking, I mean, there's a good chance she's already dead if you look at it statistically. And I hate to think that. I love her with all my heart, but only God, you know, if nothing else, you know, I'll see her in the resurrection. As long as I keep the commandments and I do what I'm supposed to do, I'll see her in the commandments. If that's the case, you know.
In the resurrection. So is it going to be just kind of back to business when school starts and the kids are going to go back?
Yeah, we ain't got a choice. We don't have a choice, you know.
I was just wondering if there was maybe any kind of fear or concern just to let them out of your sight after.
Oh yeah, definitely. We was sending them down, you know, to the school bus by themselves, you know, but I don't think we'll ever do that again.
Mm-hmm. Do they get picked up at the end of your road there on Beach Creek?
Yeah.
Okay, good. And of course, you're back to work, and the kids are going back to school. So it seems like there's no choice but to try to return to some sort of normalcy within this horrible event.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm not going to let Satan convince me to go drinking or whatever. You know, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going down that road. I choose life.
Mm-hmm.
Choose God. You know, and that's probably, you know, I've never.
He lied.
Yeah. Yep.
A big flat out kapow. That was a lie.
Yeah. Lightning strike.
He's lying about lying.
Exactly.
Dang.
Oh, gosh.
And there was something else that he said in there. Oh, he said, I'll see her in the resurrection. So that's like the third time now, I think, that we've heard that, right?
Yes, that just bothers me.
Mm-hmm.
Just really does.
And there was one other thing that he said too, but I can't remember what it was now. I was sitting here trying to rack them up because I'm trying to let it play so that, you know, we can get through, because we still have a half hour left of this video.
Yeah.
We'll finish, Tammy, we'll finish up the rest of this video in the next live stream. Okay, I promise.
Yes. Yes, we will. Well, there's a lot to talk about, so I mean, it's perfectly fine, you know, and you miss stuff, you know, and there's questions and stuff that we want to answer, and some people are just now starting to follow Summer's case or didn't follow it close, and now they're going back, you know, so
yeah,
I'd rather us put out the information that we know and take our time, you know, so people know the case.
Absolutely. I just remember when we started part 4, you were like, we're going to finish up the rest of this video in this part. And we were live for 4 hours. And
well, I didn't say when. I just said we were going to finish.
Right.
Well, tomorrow night we're going to do on my channel, right?
Yes, ma'am. If that's what you want to do. Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I got a couple of videos I want to play over there. We can talk and stuff. So, yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. And then Friday night's my channel. Lolly, you're welcome to join us. It'll be part 2 of the timeline. We're almost up to June 14th. So, you know, we're working our way towards I think the 14th is an important day because I think that's when it was supposed to happen, not on the 15th. But
I think so.
So yeah, we're getting closer to that. Got through pretty much their childhood and marriages and divorces and first set of children and all of that already in part 1. So yeah, Friday night. And I dropped Tammy's Tarot channel, Lolly's channel, and my channel. So make sure that you're subscribed to all 3 of them. So Lolly's tomorrow night sometime. Make sure you ring the bell so you'll get notified.
Yeah.
And same with mine on Friday, because I don't know exact time yet. It'll be late in the evening, but do you have an idea of what time?
I figure about 8:30, 8 or 8:30.
Yep.
Okay. Are you Eastern or Central?
I'm Central.
Okay. So that'll work better for me because that'll be an hour later for me. So perfect.
Okay.
All right. Sounds good.
Red Wave
Tammy's
Grade 5, always good to go back. Yep. Thank you all. Prayers for answers. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
We can't give up on Summer. We're not going to.
No.
And we're not done yet. We're not finished. Yeah, we still have. Let's see here. We're doing this 140. We still have about 8 more minutes left of this phone call interview here. So I'll keep rolling. I had to stop there because
Bobo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what
I think that's his name. Yeah.
Yeah, he worked for the Times News.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those interviews in here. Times News interview with Dawn over the phone. He would just always call him.
Yeah.
And do it that way.
Probably the
All
only
right.
way you catch him.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't allow anybody up at his house. So, I mean,
That's
even
right.
when he did, even with that Brian Ensign, he had said, I know you don't want me up on the property. And he said, Don wanted to meet me down here on the corner of his property.
Yep.
Yep.
So.
And then he acted all nervous when he got him down there.
Yep.
Yeah. I think after Candace let Chris McDonough go up there and go through the house and everything, everybody picked everything apart. They didn't want nobody up there no more.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which
but
I can't blame him.
Yeah, I don't blame them at all. But to Candace, there was nothing wrong with the way things were. That's how they lived.
Right.
That's what they knew.
Yep. She didn't see a thing wrong with it.
Yep.
No.
It's what she was used to. Probably grew up like that. So.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Scary.
Yep.
Yes.
It's scary for them and sad for the children.
Right.
Yes.
But I don't even
right.
think the kids realized it wasn't normal.
No, they didn't know any
No.
better.
Yeah.
Plus, now they
And
do.
that's-
Thank goodness.
Yes.
Right. That's what, everybody was saying. As soon as the boys were taken by CPS and put in a foster family where they learned what family was and what a structure was and what a home life was and, responsibility and, time schedules and, all of that. I think that it really gave them a sense of normalcy. Where before it was so chaotic and screaming and yelling and police at the house and mom and dad being drunk all the time and physical altercations and who knows what else,
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Who knows what they saw?
Yeah, it's scary. But up until that point, that was their normal.
That was. That's how they lived.
Yep.
Yeah. The one bright side, the one good thing for sure of Summer vanishing was the
Yes.
boys being removed.
Mm-hmm.
That little girl has brought so much awareness to that area.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
She has brought out the fact that, Ronnie Lawson says there's no drug problem, but hey, look around. There they are.
Right.
Yeah.
All the RSOs that live all around in that area.
As big as that place is, you can't tell me there's no drug issue.
Well, Beach Creek was known as the Oxy Highway.
That's right. It was. That's right.
Yes. And he says, we don't have a drug problem in Beach Creek. Well,
No.
nobody wants to go out there at night.
Yeah.
Well, and it was shortly after that that Fred Hill was being arrested. So,
It's like, good golly, it was everywhere.
If that wasn't an officer in denial, I don't know what was.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
That was an officer that had an RSO son as well. So,
Yeah. Just fixing to say that. Yep.
yeah. Let's just look the other way.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Denial is a good stance he likes to take quite often.
He
Right.
creeps me out anyway.
Mm.
Yeah.
He creeps me out.
Yeah. There's some bad people around there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And it's right there, close to North Carolina to,
Yeah.
like 3 states is close to right there.
Virginia and Kentucky and
Yeah.
North Carolina, all 3 of those right there close.
Yeah.
And this case has pulled him out of the woodwork like roaches.
Yes, it has. It has. That little girl has done so much. It made so much awareness.
Yeah. All right. Ready?
Ready.
Okay.
Before in my life, I was weaker, and just the least little thing would be the excuse to go get drunk or whatever, but not no more. Not. And this is the most horrific thing that I could have ever even thought of happening.
So, has your theory about what happened to Summer changed any since we spoke a couple weeks ago?
He lies so much.
No, but she was abducted. There's, I forget how you put that, reasonable deduction or however you say that. You get taught in school, but by that theory there, yeah, she's been abducted in my mind, 100%. I know Candace wouldn't lie to me about any of the facts. She has no reason to, she wouldn't lie.
I think somebody said, or you told the media that she was lie detector test, and you took one also. And, that you all were cleared of any suspicion that was, based on that.
Well, I don't know if we were completely cleared because that's not admissible in court.
Yeah.
But yeah, we both, at first, I didn't get no sleep for 2 days. I couldn't sleep. I was, it was the worst misery and pain I've ever felt in my life. But I wasn't able to take a lie detector test. They made me wait a little bit, but when I did take it, I passed. They made Candace wait 5 days longer to take.
Plus, like, he knew what he was supposed to do.
Because she just wasn't able to. She tried and she wasn't able to. It's not, people are saying that we failed and we took another test. That's not the case. We just weren't able to. So when we did take them, we both passed, our tests.
I imagine that if it measures changes in your blood pressure or something based on, if you tell a lie, your blood pressure changes. But if you're tore all pieces, then your blood pressure is probably changing anyways.
The way it works is kind of it measures your brain's activity too. And whenever you lie, you have to think about that lie. When you stick with the truth, it just comes out. The truth is the truth. But when you lie, you got to think about that for a little bit. Your heart.
And that picture right there is pure sexiness.
Yeah. Okay. It's something.
It's the smoke for me. The black and white is awesome. The fake hat filter sunglasses thing, that's awesome too. But that smoke is just badass.
It's killing it.
And the tank top on top of, girl.
Told you it's a great wardrobe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, got to be a tank top, of course.
Oh gosh.
Hi, Wood Fairy, and I think we all agree his daddy is a liar.
Yes, Wood Fairy, you are 100% correct. TJ, that is Candace right there.
Yeah, that's Candace with a filter on that puts a pair of glasses and a hat on her head. The smoke, I think that's authentic.
Cigarettes in her mouth.
I think that's her own smoke because she's smoking, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hotness. No, look closer. It's Candace.
Yes.
TJ cracks
Thought
me
it was a dude.
The tank top gave it away for me.
Oh.
But I like how Dawn's sitting here going through talking about how, your brain has to work to think, when you're telling a lie. And yeah, that's very interesting that he is very knowledgeable about.
I don't know if I would say we passed, or cleared it, but, it was like, it's either you passed or you failed.
Right. And, that's interesting that he says we're not cleared. Not everybody's a suspect where none of us are cleared. And the P-Foots over there, oh, we're cleared.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they're cleared for sure. Whatever.
Yeah, he's cleared. He's cleared because he wasn't even there.
Vetted and cleared.
Mm-hmm. But he was.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Mine too.
Mm-hmm.
Chris was vetted and cleared. Not just cleared, but he was vetted too.
He's the first one I've ever heard that's been vetted and cleared.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
He's the only person I've ever heard say, because of HIPAA. And it wasn't even about medical stuff.
I was does he even know what HIPAA is?
No.
Well, he was talking about not saying what bedtime medication Sebastian took.
Yeah, but still. I
He
mean,
But he
didn't want
said
his
it
kid.
again. There was another time he was talking about something about what was it he was talking? He said it one other time, and it was like, what are you saying?
yeah,
That
it's
And I
like
doesn't
can't believe
make sense.
yeah, it's not even medical. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
he'd say it more than once after all the shit he got for saying it the first time.
right.
Like I
Just
worked in a medical office. I worked in a doctor's office
yeah.
when HIPAA first became like huge and every patient had to sign the HIPAA release form. That
Mm-hmm.
was way back when.
Yeah.
I was laid off in 2007. I was laid off in 2007. So early 2000s when this happened. And
Right.
I had memorized that form. I could recite it in my sleep.
Oh, I
So
bet.
it was, as soon as he said that, I just lost my shit. I was like, okay, Dr. Chris.
Yeah.
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 He's an expert on everything.
Well, just like
Exactly.
it's like KK's work van. Well, I can't tell you
Yeah,
that the van that's out. Well,
that's
anybody can,
privileged information.
yeah.
Right.
It's like it's sitting in a public place.
Yeah. In your
But
driveway.
they
Yeah,
had not gotten the clearance from the company to divulge that information. Let me make this crystal clear for you, okay?
right.
We need clearance from the company to divulge what make and model the work vehicle is that's just sitting in our driveway in front of the world and everybody.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'm not privy to that information.
Yeah. Don't. Yeah. You're not privy.
Never have I ever heard the word
Pervy.
privy.
Pervy is the way he came
Right.
out with it, you know. I'm not pervy.
Right. Never
Pervy.
have I ever
To
heard
get that
privy stated as pervy.
Never,
Anytime I've
ever,
heard pervy,
It's a
if it was
pervert.
pervy, it was because you were a pervert and you were being
Right.
pervy.
That's right.
I
Lord.
think it's a secret. It's a secret tale. You know, people have the telltales about him. It's one of
Yeah.
his telltales. That's
Mm-hmm.
why he's had 5 wives. In my opinion, allegedly, maybe, possibly, maybe.
Well, my thing is, when you have 5 wives, you're the common denominator.
Exactly.
Yep.
Duh.
Perfect. Mm-hmm.
There is something wrong with you.
As Justin calls him, a serial matrimonist.
Yes. Yes, yes. That he is. He's probably already
Oh,
got the
yeah.
next one picked out.
Oh, what about it? And he's very particular about the wedding rings, too.
Yes.
He bragged about that.
He's just weird.
He is. It's weird.
You know, when his work people tell a whole different story and he's telling something that's completely opposite,
Yeah.
it's just ridiculous. You're caught in a lie. Shut up.
Yeah.
He won't.
No. And that can be a good thing, I guess.
Yeah. For us, it is.
Yeah.
I'm just ready for something to happen.
Me too. Yeah.
Those CPS charges are more than enough.
That's
There's
what I
a
thought.
pattern.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. No child should have to live that way.
No. And someone was saying, well, it's one CPS charge in 5 parts. And I was like,
No, it's not.
that's what I
Nope.
said. No, I
Nope.
don't.
Because 4 of them were against Chris. And I have the dates of each one of those CPS cases. One of them was against KK because she was allowing, from the last episode case, she had allowed it to continue in her home.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty much what Tony had said when he was on the E's explaining about the cases.
Yep.
So for them to say that it's in 4 or 5 different parts, whatever, that's just ridiculous. If you've ever had CPS involved in your family or you've been around any case, you know, they don't do it like that. If there's multiple accusations or
Yes.
allegations or whatever, that's all in one case. They don't open 5 different cases because of 5 different allegations at the same
Right.
time.
Yeah.
Right. No. There were 5 separate cases.
Yeah.
Right. That
at
just
different
shows it just shows ignorance. And I don't say that being mean. I mean, I do
No.
sometimes, but I'm saying like lack of knowledge.
Right.
It shows when people say things like that. If you're not
Well,
sure, do some research.
that's
Don't
coming
spew
from the
nonsense.
other side, so they want to make them look as good as they can. So there was
Mhm.
just one case with 5 little things in it. That's how they're
Mhm.
putting it out there. No, that's not true.
Right. And I don't understand. I cannot understand defending
No.
when you don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
Unless you're being paid for it some way, somehow, which a lot of them are getting paid by their channels.
Yes.
But I mean, I'm paying to run my channel, like.
Me too. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't get paid
Do
this
all,
month, and when that $45 came out for StreamYard, I was like, ouch, that hurt.
right.
Yeah.
Do all the wedding rings look like what mommy owns? I don't know.
Probably. Every time he gets married, mom gives up her rings.
Yeah.
Well, I remember Chris had talked about picking out a ring, and he gave a good idea. Like, he explained it. If you get a diamond with a different stone, you put the stone under the diamond, and then that way when the light hits it just right, the stone or the diamond will look the color of the stone or something along those lines. Like, he had thought very well in depth about it, which I'm sure mommy probably helped him, because it seems that she really, really enjoys jewelry too. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
She does.
Do you all
And
remember
yes.
Candace, Dawn, the boys were wearing cross necklaces?
Yes, I
Yes.
do.
I remember, because we were wondering if Dawn's cross and Candace's crosses were the urn necklaces.
The urn, yeah. Had the ashes in it.
Yeah, and I remember I found the exact necklace that Don had on when he had on his blue button-up shirt during his interview, and he had that big cross on. I found the exact same one on Amazon, and it was not an urn necklace.
I think Tim Mullins got those for them to wear.
Oh.
And that's why everybody was asking about the urn part of it, because he used to work at a funeral home.
Oh, gotcha.
Tim did?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought David Dotson was the only funeral homist.
No, Timmy Boy did too.
Well, that's very interesting.
It is very interesting. TJ says, what I'm trying to find out is allegedly another child came up missing around Chris.
I haven't heard that, TJ. That's made me curious now also.
Mm-hmm.
And Lisa, yours is 98 because you're probably paying the pro.
A lot of people have different prices.
Because they sold StreamYard. And when the new ownership came in, it messed with all of our prices. We went from $25 a month to 90 something. Then it broke down to weekly at one point when I made a new account and tried to sign in to see if I could get some kind of like new special deal, it was a weekly thing where it was like $13 a week or something. And then after that, it was going to jump up to like 35 a week. And I was like, yeah, no, thanks. But right now it should be, they should have rounded it back out. It should be 45 or 98 or 90 something.
Yeah, mine's 45, or the one I chose is 45.
Yeah.
I chose mine a while back, and there was a promotion or something going on when I went in to get it. Y'all, I paid $12 a month.
Excuse
I have
me?
everything. Yeah.
Oh, I'm leaving. I'm done. I'm sorry. I cannot be on panel with you if you only pay $12 a month.
I've been waiting for it to go up, and it hadn't gone up yet. So I don't know if when I signed up, it was for a certain amount of time. I don't know.
When I first signed up, it was like 20 something.
Yes. It was like 24 or something like that.
Yeah.
I want to say, and there was a special half off or something. So mine was like $12. I think it's 14 total with tax or something.
I'm so mad at you now.
I'm just waiting any day for it to go up, and I ain't gonna be able to afford it, and I'm gonna be stuck.
Yeah, they, like I said, they had made, I think around Thanksgiving, they had some type of like Thanksgiving special because that was right after they had sold it to the new owners. But then it went right back to regular prices. But I remember I pulled it up because it was showing weekly charges instead of monthly. And usually it shows
Yeah.
monthly and yearly. So if you pay yearly, it's supposed to be cheaper per month. But
Right.
I can't afford that chunk, you know? So
Yeah.
I can't afford the 45 a month. Like they had to try 3 times before it was in my account to be able to get it paid. But so it's just it's so random the way that they've done it. But if you have access to a bunch of databases, then you are definitely on the professional plan. So you need to go in there and bump it down to the I forget what they're called, but because I'm pretty sure Justin has the pro plan also. Let me see if I'll pull it up and see.
He probably does because he
He
does
probably does.
a
Yeah.
lot
Yeah.
on this channel. Yeah.
TJ, don't say that because then we're gonna lose it all together. I have no money.
I know.
Right. Let me see if I go to my accounts and billing.
Oh, I'm back to drinking water again. I can't even afford a Pepsi.
Okay, so you have your core plan, which is $44.99 a month, or you have your advanced, which is $88.99 a month. So if you're paying $98, I don't know why. Because on mine right now, but Brittany's still paying $25 a month.
Yeah, see, that's how mine hadn't changed.
That's
I don't know.
weird.
They haven't got to me, but if they went by your last name, I would be at the top.
Yeah, I don't know. Here's what it shows. So if you have, and this is what I have, the $44.99 and Tammy, and then if you want all of this stuff, which that's what you're talking about, the data stuff, the custom fonts and all of that extra stuff, that I would never use any of that. So
Right. No, I just have the basic plan, the core.
Yeah, that's all I have. Yep, the basic. But when I
So
first got it, it was like 25, I think, or something like that.
it started out 25.
25, yeah.
And they sold it, and they're trying to make all these updates where, you know, you can do all these different things, but they're all the same things basically. And they're things that we wouldn't use here if we were like business owners or something doing
Right.
meetings or things with work, then maybe, but they should have just like a streamer option and then the plan that we have now and then the professional plan.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Well, even with tax, I only pay $45 a month. Like it takes out $44.99 a month.
Yeah.
So you've gotten some kind of plan. I would just, when you go into StreamYard, if you click on my account up in the top right-hand corner, then I'll go back here. So up here in the top right-hand corner, it says my account, and you go there, and it'll go to your billing. And so then here it says my plan is $44.99 a month, and I go to change plan, which is where it pops that up.
Gotcha.
And that's billed monthly.
I'm pulling it up now.
Yeah.
I want to see what it says.
All right. I'm going to hit play here just so we can play a little bit more while you're looking at it. And I have to run in the other room.
Okay, y'all, forgive me. It's $10 a month.
Oh my gosh, I'm seriously done.
Discount applied. That's what it says.
Does it give you a time, like when it'll end, when the promotion is over, or?
That's what I'm looking at, but no, it doesn't say anything.
If you're locked into that price forever, I'm seriously never talking to you again. I'm gonna use your email to log into my StreamYard from now on, okay?
I'm afraid to
pay
click
half.
change plan.
Yeah,
Right?
don't.
Don't touch it.
Yeah.
That's
don't
right.
touch it.
Leave it be.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. Well. Oh, ladies, I'm fixed to have to go.
Yep, we're gonna end it here as soon as this.
Yeah. That's why I was wanting to play. There's only 6 more minutes left, so
Okay, let's do it.
Let's do
all
it.
right.
I might jump just a little bit or whatever, you know. They look at all that. Yeah.
So,
It's easy to tell the truth, put it that way.
yeah.
You know.
So did they? I know this is a hard question to ask, but did they ever do any questioning of your sons also, or any kind of?
Yeah, they've taken them into specialists because they just can't come out and question them. But yes, they have questioned all of them.
Mm-hmm.
They even give mother-in-law lie detector tests.
Oh wow!
And she also passed.
Okay. So this, I mean, I didn't go up to your house when they took the roadblock down. I didn't want to just bust up there and uninvited, but I did go to the end of your driveway and look up. And I mean, that for somebody to go up there and not knowing what they're going to find, that seems highly unlikely because that's straight up, and you can't see where you're going. You don't know what's ahead of you. And
we've had several people sneaking around there though, and that's. I mean, but we've had them sneaking around at night, in the middle of the night.
Yeah,
we've never had somebody up there 5:30 in the afternoon that we know of. You know, but they didn't come up the driveway; they come up a dog trail from the woods.
Oh, okay.
They didn't come up the driveway, and that dog that they used, that's where the scent took them, was down through the woods, not the driveway.
Where did the dog scent end?
At the road, Ben Hill Road is where the dog scent ended.
Oh man.
Yep. So that right there, you know, I already knew all that, but that there just confirmed it for me.
Yeah. Do you still believe? Do you believe that she's still alive? Do you have any intuition that she might still be out there somewhere?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
All I know is this is, you know, I believe in God. I don't believe in any psychic stuff.
Oh man, that stuff's horrible that they've had on. I've seen it on YouTube. That's terrible. Why would somebody? That's the morals of a person that would put that out there. What they've been saying.
We had somebody made a fake account with me, and then they put on there to some other woman that I buried her body at the lake. And so if the TBI has been out the lake, so they couldn't get a hold of me because I was in church, but they've been out there looking for her body. It's just ridiculous what people are doing, and they're going with these psychics and what they're saying and doing whatever they can to get their story out there. But the Bible says clearly it's an abomination.
Right.
When you to a psychic and you're talking, you know, to your dead relatives or whatever, that's untrue because Jesus made it clear that when you die, you sleep.
You're welcome, TJ.
Woo, TJ.
TJ!
I didn't know that one was in there.
Good
And see, I just saw the other one was on there, so I scrolled down so it wouldn't be on screen, and then I scroll back up and see boobies. Hello, how you doing? And Lisa K, the reason why it said that you were out of storage is because, okay, real quick, and then we'll go back, I promise. So go to my account, go to billing, and down here in the bottom corner, it says storage. So right now I have 40.3 hours of 50, and it says add more because I'm almost full. All you have to do is go into your library, and it shows every live stream that you have done on your StreamYard. You have to delete these. This is your library, and you only have 50 hours. So you have to just go through and delete some of your old streams, and then they won't be stored into your StreamYard library. So you'll have your under 50 hours and keep your cheaper plan.
That's
What
for
did
you,
TJ
TJ.
say? What did TJ say?
She said you could move that off the screen. She pauses it right on it.
You get 2 shots this time, TJ, instead of 1.
And it's life size. It's 65 inches. I love you, TJ.
TJ.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yes. Lisa, you're definitely getting ripped off. Yes. So go in there and change that. Go in there and delete some of your old streams that you've done. You don't need them in StreamYard anyway. You got them on your YouTube channel. You can download them to your computer first. And I don't want to kill you. I just want to give you nightmares. That's it. You're going to wake up screaming, boobies, boobies.
Well, maybe they don't want to see those boobies.
Well, no, I'm sure she doesn't. I'm sure her wives are way better than Candace's. Okay. But that's why I said nightmare and not a dream. Okay.
Right.
Lisa, your content should be on your YouTube.
Yeah, it'll stay on your YouTube. You're just deleting it out of your library on your StreamYard account. And before you delete them, you can download them to your computer if you want to do that way. So we'll go back over here. So if I click on this, it gives me the option to delete it, or hold on, or if you click on the three dots down here, you can download it. If you download it, then it saves it to your computer. I accidentally downloaded like 3 of my live streams, so were like 5-8 hours long. You see these long ones down here. I accidentally downloaded them twice, and it was taking up all kinds of room on my laptop, and I couldn't figure out why. Thankfully I did. But you can just download it, and then once it's downloaded, then you can delete it. Otherwise, it's on your channel. So you got to just remove them out of there, and then you can delete them, and you'll be good on your hours. And then you can go back to your normal price that you should be paying instead of the outrageous price that.
Now mine is saying that my library is full. I don't have any space left. But
So you need to do the same thing.
I'm still doing my lives.
Well,
And
they
they're
may
saving
be
for my YouTube. They're just
Right.
not saving it in the library. And I
So
don't need it saved on StreamYard because I have it on my channel.
right. The only thing is I downloaded mine, a few of mine, not all of them, but just in case I would ever lose my channel, I'll still have those live streams saved. And there were a couple that I felt were important that I did want to save. So
Right.
I got them saved on my laptop.
Yeah.
So now I can upload them to, like, I have another channel where I upload all of my recordings that I do to make my videos. And then that way I'm not storing everything on my phone because I use my phone to make my videos. So I upload them to that channel after I'm done with the video, and then I can delete the recording off of my phone. But if I ever need to go back to that recording, then I have it saved,
Right.
And I need to hit play before TJ comes to find me.
TJ's like, just download everything to the hard drive. Let's go.
Right. Blah, 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 go. Lisa, send me a message on Facebook Messenger, and we will set up a time where you have to log into your StreamYard and send me a link, invite me on panel, and then I can walk you through it. When I had suggested last time for you and Tammy to do it together, we can't do it that way because you need to be on your StreamYard so I can tell you what to click and all of that. So that way I can walk you through it so you can share your screen. Okay, for TJ's sake, here we go. And her sanity.
And her eyeballs.
Exactly.
You are in no conscious state whatsoever. You are just unconscious, asleep, as Jesus put it, until the resurrection. So if you're talking to somebody, it's an evil spirit.
Let me ask you this: is there anything that your family needs? Like, is there anything that the community can do aside from tipsters and things like that and information? But is there anything that you people in your family need? That the community
the only thing I think we're good on everything. The only thing that I wish is, there's a country that, and the way these kids are coming up missing left and right, and all the drugs. Man, we need to send our military into our own country. That's my opinion. We send our military everywhere in the world to fight terrorism. Well, I think it's time we turn into our own country to fight terrorism. They can't seem to catch these guys nowhere. We need our military. To put them to some good use. I mean, that's what I wish.
Okay. Well, I know you probably you're on break and probably need to let you get back to work. I was wondering, do you think Mrs. Wells would want to meet and talk any more about how things are going? Is she up to that?
We lose her.
We did. It looks like she might have went to close it out and
bumped herself.
Yeah, bumped herself. Now that's why I haven't done it yet. I've been practicing, but I know that I'm probably going to do that.
Oh yeah.
I know that
Someday.
I'm probably going to knock myself right off. That's why I haven't done it yet. But I've been practicing. Like I'm trying to get it right. But
yeah,
yeah.
Well,
I am so glad you came up tonight, Lolly. Thank you for coming up.
Oh yeah, definitely. I enjoy doing this, and we need to talk about summer, and
we do.
It's important.
It is.
You know, we may have different views on some things, but I'm not going to let it interfere.
Right.
And so,
yeah. Yeah.
It's all good.
Yeah.
I'm just glad y'all allowed me.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Love to have you up here anytime. You have an open invitation. Just say, hey, send me the link and I'll send it to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, open invitation. Sure.
Alrighty.
Because you have a lot of knowledge on her case too. And so I love to hear what you have to say also.
Alrighty. Well, we'll do tomorrow night over on my channel for sure.
Okay.
And I'm going to go. I keep yawning.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to end it here soon. Mandy's probably trying to jump back up here, but if she can't, she'll let me know. But yeah, but I so appreciate you coming. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for letting me come. I enjoy it. I appreciate it so much.
Yes, ma'am. Have a good evening.
Y'all too. Bye, everyone in chat. Thank y'all for all your input. It's been a very good night.
It has. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. She's trying, but it's mad. It's mad.
Okay. Well, good night, Mandy. I'm going to send the link to you and you can send it over to Mandy. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Good night, guys.
Good night. Mandy, it's mad at you. It was mad at you earlier. Let's see. He just said it missing. I lost it. Hold on. There we go. He just said it missing kids and drugs. It's all connected and he's in it deep. Yep. In my opinion. Yep. Yep. Missing kids and drugs. Yep. Oh. That's okay, Mandy. What? Bye, Lisa K. That's okay, Mandy. We can take up where it booted you off the next live. TJ said that's what you get, Mandy. That's what you get, Mandy, for boob shotting TJ. Good night, Wood Fairy. Thank you for joining. Look, I can't even talk. I guess because it's getting late. Thank you for joining us is what I was trying to say. I knew TJ would be happy, Karma. I'll own it. There you go. I do want to thank everybody for joining us tonight. It was a good discussion on the panel. We had a great time. I learn a lot every time we do these panels on Summer, and she should never be forgotten. Sebastian should never be forgotten. Little Michael Bond should never be forgotten. So many that are out there that we just want to bring them all home, and hopefully we can get justice for them. We keep praying that justice comes. Maybe it will come. But I do appreciate all of you. It was fun. I had a good time. Chat was great. TJ and Spirit, are y'all laughing at each other? Cherries. Oh, she's gonna get you for talking about the cherries. All right. All right, everyone. Please have a wonderful rest of the night is gone. It is now morning. So have a good rest of the morning. I hope your day tomorrow is great. Join Lolly on her live tomorrow night. And we'll be up on the panel. And then Mandy's on Friday night. And so we'll be putting everything out so everybody can join in our chat. Mandy's is going to be on Summer. And Lolly said she had some things she wanted to talk about. So we are going to have a full week and a lot of fun. So I do appreciate all of you. I do hope you have a blessed and wonderful rest of the night. And remember, be kind to everyone, everywhere, and especially be kind to yourself. Love y'all and talk to you later. Bye. Thank you to my mods. If I didn't say that already, thank you to my mods. I do appreciate y'all. Thank you very, very much. Love y'all. Bye.